The cute schoolgirl turned into a sexy goddess, but Bai Yueguang cried. In the summer of 18, Jiang Churan, the white moonlight, called Chen Shi and asked him to confess his feelings. With a bouquet of roses in hand, he arrived at the scene, only to find it was nothing but a prank in a game of truth or dare. Chen Shi felt that his youth was killed that day. In the winter at 36, an accident happened, and Chen Shi truly died. As he reflected on the 7 years he spent on his white moonlight, he was filled with regret. He was reborn, returning to the summer of 18. This time, Chen Shi no longer played the role of the obsessive admirer. Finding himself again, he met a treasure of a girl, Baiwei, someone worth cherishing for a lifetime. Chapter 1. Chen Shi felt like he died at 18, only lingering until the age of 36 to be buried. In the memorial hall, he hung in mid-air, looking down at his own body. Ahead of him stood hundreds of people attending his funeral, dressed in black, a sea of mourning. Their host's voice was deep, reciting the eulogy. Mr. Chen Shi, aged 36, was respectful of the elderly and loved children from a young age, united with his classmates, and passionate about labor. On average, he helped an elderly woman across the street every day. At 25, he founded Guoshi Technology. By 30, he entered the Huruan Rich List. He was a true genius, a leader among young entrepreneurs, a pillar of society. Mr. Chen Shi's passing is like the wilting of a flower in early spring, a solar eclipse at noon. It's a profound blow to all his beloved friends and family present, to our hearts and souls. It's too painful, truly too painful. After the long and tiresome eulogy, the funeral ceremony began. Young Chen, your life was only halfway through, why did you leave so soon? Maybe it's because you lived too brilliantly, even the heavens couldn't bear it. Perhaps this is for the best, as history has shown that a beauty is like a great general, never allowing the world to see old age. You left, but you will forever remain young. Brother, you were a true genius, clever and resourceful, a master of business, no one could compete with you. You taught me so much. As an opponent, I hated you, but now that I realize this world will never have you again, I can't help but feel a bit lonely. Mr. Chen, do you remember that night? We talked about Van Ha's Starry Night, we discussed Plato's Republic. You said life was vast and empty, I suggested maybe we should take some medicine, and you said the effects had kicked in yet. Chen Shi silently watched as one by one, people came forward to bid farewell to his body. Close friends from his life, high-level executives from his company, business rivals, and even several socialites who had once crossed paths with him in fleeting relationships. No family. His parents had passed away 2 years ago. Following his wishes, no notice was sent to distant relatives who had always looked for opportunities to take advantage of him. As for his lover, he had once had someone he truly liked during his school years, who strung him along for 7 years. Throughout high school and university, the best years of his life were spent on her. He fantasized that sincerity could overcome anything. What he got in return, however, was a cool and indifferent Chen Shi, we're not compatible. And it rhymed too. She said these words while holding hands with her wealthy and handsome boyfriend, her eyes sparkling like stars. The tenderness and shyness in her gaze, something Chen Shi had never dared to dream of. In those simple times, he didn't realize until the internet blossomed that she was a green tea. Luckily, after being hurt by love, Chen Shi didn't fall into despair. He threw himself into making money, and after 10 years, he had built up considerable wealth. He had dated a few girlfriends in the meantime, but none of them led to anything lasting. Most of it was his fault. Those 7 unbearable, muddy years had made him completely incapable of love. A light portal appeared, pulling him in with immense force. As the pull intensified, Chen Shi's consciousness began to fade. He heard people crying, sighing, with somber music in the background, now near, now distant, sometimes faint, sometimes elusive. Chen Shi had an epiphany. His life, accompanied by this grand yet lonely funeral, was finally coming to an end. Love and emotions, those were never truly a part of the human world. The world was just a face stripped of all its makeup. If I could do it all over again, what kind of life would I live? With this extravagant wish, he resolutely pushed open the door of light. A door opened. Standing before him was a KTV private room with about a dozen young men and women sitting inside. Chen Shi was utterly stunned. His vision gradually cleared. The room was rather old-fashioned, probably from at least 15 years ago. The boys and girls sitting inside seemed oddly familiar. Chen Shi was confused. Har har, I knew it. Chen Shi would definitely come. Wow, he's even holding such a big bouquet of roses. That must have cost him at least half a month's pocket money. What a lovesick fool. Look at him sweating all over. He probably ran here, he really looks like a dog. Let us remove the like, he is just one of Jiang Dabenhuer's little lapdogs. The group of young boys and girls in the room were mocking him. Their sarcastic jabs came one after another. A strikingly beautiful girl stood up and walked towards Chen Shi, slowly speaking. Chen Shi, I didn't mean to prank you. I was playing truth or dare with them, and I lost. The bet was to have you come over and confess to me. If you didn't come, I'd have to drink a whole bottle of beer. You care about me so much, you wouldn't want me to drink, would you? Her voice was soft and sweet, very pleasant to hear. Her delicate face, with a slight look of guilt, was full of sincerity and charm. Chen Shi's mind grew even more confused. The girl speaking to him was about 17 or 18, tall and beautiful. She was wearing a floral dress, and her exposed arms were so fair they almost dazzled. Her nose was high, her lips rosy, and her large, sparkling eyes were full of life. At that moment, something deep within him resonated with a long-forgotten memory. Her name was Jiang Churan, the most beautiful girl in the class. Throughout high school and university, Chen Shi had pursued her for 7 years, only to be strung along for the entire time. Sometimes, to prove her charm, Jiang Churan would play some harmless pranks like the one at this moment. So, you mean to say that you called me all the way here, specifically told me to buy roses, just to play this ridiculous game of truth or dare? Chen Shi raised an eyebrow, his voice calm, almost mechanical. Jiang Churan's bright eyes finally showed a trace of panic. Could it be? I really went too far today. But I chose to prank you, not the other boys who pursued me. Shouldn't you feel honored? Even if I'm wrong, you shouldn't be angry with me. For a moment, Jiang Churan felt a twinge of guilt, but it was quickly replaced by grievance. Chen Shi, how dare you speak to me like that? She raised her chin, her pride and arrogance reaching their peak. Clearly, she was waiting for Chen Shi to apologize. If this were the 18-year-old Chen Shi, he would have done exactly that. Those who were favored always felt invincible. But unfortunately, Chen Shi now had the soul of a 36-year-old man. You mean, you went out of your way to get me here, made me buy flowers, just to play this nonsense game of truth or dare? Chen Shi raised an eyebrow again, his voice still calm. Jiang Churan's bright eyes flashed with panic. Jiang Churan, thank you. You've helped me realize that the old me was just a 24K idiot, he said with a wry smile. Chen Shi turned and walked away. The young boys and girls in the room, who had been laughing and mocking him, were left frozen in disbelief. Was this the Chen Shi they knew? Jiang Churan stomped her foot angrily. Stop right there. You. If you dare walk out that door, I'll delete you from my QQ. Chen Shi, now at the door, couldn't he help but laugh out loud. He remembered the time when he finally got Jiang Churan's QQ number, how happy he was, doing a backflip and even breaking his bed board, only to get scolded by his mother. That was teenage love, sincere, humble, foolish, and pure. He would consider this a full stop to the absurd 7 years of his past life. Turning back, Chen Shi looked at the girl who had left him with so many unresolved feelings. Jiang Churan, let us just pretend we've never met. With that, he disappeared from the room, leaving behind a sea of astonished stares. Jiang Churan stared blankly at his familiar yet unfamiliar back, tears welling in her eyes. Churan, are you crying? Chen Shi. Chen Shi has never treated me like this before. Hey, I don't believe Chen Shi would stop pursuing me just because I said so. Just wait, at most 3 days, maybe even tomorrow morning, and he'll come back groveling to apologize. A dog always comes back when it's hungry. Jiang Churan thought about it, then raised her chin, exposing the graceful line of her swan-like neck. HMPH, Chen Shi humiliated me in front of so many people. I won't forgive him so easily. Chapter 2. Kid, why are you out so late, all sweaty? When Chen Shi returned home, his mother, Yuan Xiangqin, looked at him with 3 parts reproach and 7 parts concern. Chen Shi didn't answer. Looking at his mother, who was over 10 years younger, his gaze was deep and indescribable. For Yuan Xiangqin, her son was 2 meters away from her. But for Chen Shi, it felt like two spans of time and space, and the chasm of death between them. Mom. What's wrong with you today? You're acting strange. Yuan Xiangqin wanted to scold Chen Shi, but at that moment, she inexplicably couldn't bring herself to do it. Chen Shi's father, Chen Zhongwo, was lounging on the sofa, smoking while watching TV. Wife, the kid's grown up, he's bound to have his own stuff, don't meddle too much. Alright, I won't meddle, don't want the kid to complain that I nag. Chen Zhongwo, haven't I told you 100 times not to smoke in front of him? Chen Zhongwo chuckled and immediately stubbed out the cigarette. Unable to hold back, Chen Shi's eyes began to redden. Family time, sitting idle, with the warmth of lights. This simple happiness, for the successful and famous man he had once been, was now the greatest luxury. Yuan Xiangqin, filled with concern, asked, "Kid, why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying? Did something happen?" Chen Shi forced a smile. "No, I was just smoking." "Mom, can you get Dad to quit? That smell is really strong, it's seriously affecting my studying." Chen Zhongwo grumbled, "Affecting your studying? Not like you did that well on your last mock exam. Probably won't even make the cut for a top university." Yuan Xiangqin retorted, "Don't talk about my son, he just didn't do well that time, but he'll definitely make it into a top 985 university for the real exam." Chen Zhongwo quipped, "As long as he gets into an average university, I'll go burn incense and pray for him." "I'm going to my room to study," Chen Shi said, trying to avoid a scene, and quickly headed into his bedroom. The scene was both strange and familiar. An old, slightly chipped desk, covered with books, the most noticeable being the thick 3 years of college entrance exam, 5 years of simulated tests. The desk was decorated with Dragon Ball wallpaper. After calming his emotions, Chen Shi murmured to himself, "System, a little ding. Little cutie, check in." Well, no ding, but it didn't matter. A successful self-made man like him didn't need any external aids. Rebirth was the greatest gift. Chen Shi wanted to make money, a lot of money, but it wasn't the right time yet. First, he had to pass the Gaokao, the main task. Otherwise, should he tell Dad and Mom that he wasn't interested in studying anymore, and wanted to prepare for the era's grand trends, like fighting against the Tumars and trampling on old Wang? Wouldn't they just tear him apart? Chen Shi still missed his university life. In his past life, he had only been obsessed with Jiang Churan and didn't know how many beautiful things he had missed in the ivory tower. This time around, Chen Shi didn't want to leave any regrets for himself. The Gaokao, where did I rank in my past life? Chen Shi remembered. During the Gaokao, he barely scraped through the first-tier score, and ended up attending a second-tier university in the province. After the results came out, both Yuan Xiangqin and Chen Zhongwo were disappointed, and even the head teacher shook his head, saying that it was a shame. Chen Shi had been second in the class during the middle school exams and was supposed to be a candidate for a 985 university. Many of his classmates used to laugh at him wasting his future to chase after a girl. How stupid was that? What was even stupider was that he hadn't even succeeded. For 3 years of high school, Chen Shi had wasted too much energy on Jiang Churan, neglecting his natural academic talents that were, by all means, decent. It wasn't until his 3rd year of university, when Jiang Churan found a rich and handsome boyfriend, that Chen Shi finally woke up and chose to go for graduate school. With his natural toughness, he managed to make a leap from a second-tier university to the prestigious Sichuan University, and eventually used the resources from his alma mater to start a successful business, founding Guosha Tech. If only I could get into Sichuan University. Chen Shi was calculating in his mind while glancing at the calendar on his bedside. April 30, 2009, less than 40 days left until the Gaokao. Still aiming for 985, but I've already forgotten most of what I learned in high school. If anything, I might struggle even with a junior college. Chen Shi wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of midlife crisis. He picked up the book, 3 years of college entrance exam, 5 years of simulated tests, and grabbed a set of math papers, bracing himself to start studying. He expected to understand nothing, but as soon as he looked at the questions, the relevant knowledge points began to come back to him. The first multiple-choice question, testing his understanding of sets, was easy. Just reading the problem statement, and the answer popped into his head. Looking at the second question on trigonometric functions, which was harder than the first, he thought for 2 seconds and solved it effortlessly. What's going on? He continued solving the problems. Chen Shi gradually began to understand. Rebirth wasn't just his 36-year-old self replacing his 18-year-old self, it was the merging of two souls. Perhaps it was a little bonus from this merger. It also brought back memories of the knowledge he learned in university. Oh, so I've got the hang of it. Chen Shi's heart rate quickened slightly. His math skills had always been good, and now with the university knowledge that had suddenly returned to his mind, looking at high school problems felt like he was on a whole different level. And there was English, the subject that had been his greatest headache in his past life. How large was the vocabulary required for high school English? With the English proficiency he had developed for the graduate school entrance exam, plus some exam skills, he could easily score 130 plus points. Just with math and English, he could score at least 50 more points than in his previous life. As for the science subjects, with the improvement in his math skills, he might gain an extra 10-20 points in the science sections. For Chinese, he could probably just pass as he did in the past. Wait, he remembered the Gaokao essay topic. That would be enough to raise his 30-point essay score to 50 points, adding another 20 points. Roughly calculated, he could score nearly 100 points more than before. Such a big improvement, he might even reach the threshold for Tsinghua and Peking University. Oh, I'm about to defy the heavens. Linqiong City was a county-level city under Chengdu's jurisdiction, and of course, its educational level couldn't compare to the provincial capital. Every year, only 2 or 3 students could make it to the level of Tsinghua or Peking University. Anyone who could make it to that level would get a reward of 10 to 20,000 yuan from the city's top companies back in 2009, that was no small amount. As long as Chen Shi could touch the threshold for Tsinghua or Peking University, he would have the seed money to start his career. Books are like gold houses, the ancient saying was true. In just an hour and a half, Chen Shi had finished the math paper, checked his answers, and found that most of them were correct, except for some minor mistakes in the steps for the last major question. 147. After estimating his score, Chen Shi was taken aback. This was a real Gaokao question, which meant that, if it were the actual exam, he'd be getting around 140 plus. Feeling relaxed, he thought, this is the joy of being a genius. Knock knock. Yuan Xiangqi knocked on the door and brought him a bowl of silver ear porridge, reminding him, "Kid, don't study too late, go to bed early." Millimeter. Chen Shi nodded and closed the book. In his past life, he would have considered his mother's nagging annoying, but now, he only felt gratitude. After finishing the porridge, Chen Shi took out a sliding phone from the drawer. A Nokia 5200, running the Symbian S40 operating system, his first ever mobile phone, a birthday gift from Yuan Xiangqin and Chen Jiangwo on his 18th birthday. After a moment of getting reacquainted with how to use it, he logged into the WAP version of QQ. The profile picture was still the default from the early system, a little guy with a doctoral hat. Stubborn boy. Looking at the nickname, Chen Shi almost cringed out loud. What a stubborn thing to call yourself. He quickly changed it to Chen Shouxin. He also checked the status, which at the time was still called personal signature. Loving you is my business, it has nothing to do with you. How awkward was that? 3-bedroom apartments, was this really him? Chen Shi almost felt like he was about to break through the Earth's crust. He quickly deleted it and thought it looked too empty. So, he changed it to something else. You must know that a young man's ambition is to reach the highest peak, and once promised, he will be the best. Chapter 3. It was unclear which hero had contacted the Provincial Education Department to report that Linqiong High School was holding extra classes during the holidays. For the May Day holiday, the school had a full 7-day break, and even the seniors in high school were not exempt. Chen Shi had slept soundly the night before and woke up early the next day. Instead of studying at home, he decided to ride his noisy bicycle, which was missing its bell, to the city library a few kilometers away, an old habit from his previous life when he found studying at the library much more efficient. Youth truly was a gift. Although their bike was old, Chen Shi treated it like a prized possession, pedaling while standing all their way there. In just about 10 minutes, he had arrived. He wasn't out of breath, his face wasn't red, and his body was in such good shape that he felt like he could probably carry bricks on a construction site and build a few houses. Upon entering the reading area, Chen Shi was taken aback. It was packed. Most of the seats were taken up by high school seniors, just like him, who had come to the library to study for the Gaokao. His generation, born in the late 80s to early 90s, had a minimum of 25 million births every year. There was no way to avoid the competition. Am I late? After searching for a while, Chen Shi couldn't find a seat and was about to leave when his eyes caught a vacant spot by the window. Normally, window seats in the library would have been taken first, but this one seemed a bit strange. Chen Shi quickly figured out why. Sitting across from the empty seat was a long-haired girl, with a beauty that was almost absurd and a cool, ethereal presence. Jiang Churan, though quite beautiful, seemed ordinary compared to this girl. It was understated, really understated. The girl wore a loose jacket, which still couldn't fully hide her curves. She wasn't thin nor plump, every inch of her proportions were perfect. She had a face so delicate that it could be described as the face of a seductress, with skin that glowed like mutton fat under the sunlight. Such a level of beauty naturally carried an aura. In his past life, Chen Shi, like every other student, would have been too shy to sit across from her. He would have tried to act casual, walking past her while stealing glances with the corner of his eye. If she had noticed, his heart rate would have easily shot up to 120, his face blushing. But now, he walked straight to the seat across from her and, out of habit, asked, "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" The girl seemed surprised to hear him speak, glancing at him briefly without saying anything. Is she mute? Chen Shi decided to sit down anyway. If it was occupied, he would just leave. No big deal. The process of solving problems was rather dull, so Chen Shi occasionally glanced up at the aloof girl across from him. She was indeed a sight to behold. The ancient saying, "There is beauty in books," seemed to hold true here. Today, he didn't need to look into a book to find beauty. Beauty was sitting right in front of him. After more than 10 minutes, as Chen Shi looked at himself for the third time, the girl raised her book, covering her beautiful face. This motion allowed Chen Shi to see the title of the book she was reading. The Cat Who Lived a Million Times, an illustrated children's book. Chen Shi remembered this book. In his past life, he had bought it as a gift for his 10-year-old niece. After reading it, the little girl had solemnly told him, "Uncle Chen, don't buy me such childish books anymore." Chen Shi decided to read it again for himself. The story was about a tabby cat who died a million times and lived a million times, becoming indifferent to everything until he met a beautiful white cat. The tabby and the white cat spent a happy life together, and when their white cat died, the tabby was heartbroken and died too. This time, it couldn't come back to life. Such a story might have seemed too childish for a 10-year-old, but for the 30-year-old Chen Shi, it felt just right. Chen Shi chuckled softly. The girl, seemingly cold and aloof, still possessed a shining childlike innocence. Since the girl was using her book to cover her face, Chen Shi, of course, didn't continue to stare at her. After finishing a set of science practice questions, he checked his answers while eating some cookies from his bag. The cookies were from a rare brand called Little Bear Biscuits, and their taste was a bit unusual, so not many people liked them. Chen Shi liked them a lot, enjoying the snack like a child, despite being 1.83 meters tall. While eating, he felt a cold sensation on his fingers as he reached for another cookie. It was from two slender fingers. To his surprise, the girl across from him, with her shining childlike innocence, was stealing his cookies. Actually, it wasn't he stealing, it was more like she was taking them. Chen Shi felt a bit irritated. Can a beautiful girl steal his biscuits? He rolled his eyes. The girl didn't seem to care about his eye roll at all. Instead, she sped up the process of taking more biscuits. She chewed noisily, the fragrance of wheat wafting in the air. Chen Shi also hastily increased his pace. By the time the whole packet of biscuits was gone, the girl had eaten all of it. What was left for him? The two formed a strange tacit understanding. She took a piece, he took a piece, alternating in an orderly fashion. Chen Shi chewed loudly, while the girl munched noisily. Soon, only the last piece was left. Chen Shi grabbed it first. The girl let out a dissatisfied grunt through her nose. Here. Chen Shi smiled wryly, splitting the biscuit in half and offering her one. However, the girl took both pieces, chewing them vigorously, making loud crunching noises as if to show off. Chen Shi's cheek twitched. What kind of person is this? The girl suddenly began coughing violently. She had eaten too quickly and choked. Chen Shi shook his head, pulled out a bottle of unopened Nongfu Spring from his bag, twisted off the cap, and made a gesture of offering it to the girl. The girl reached out to take it, but Chen Shi pulled it back and started drinking it himself. He drank happily, gulping down most of the bottle in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. Arnongfu Spring, truly sweet. The girl glared at him. Chen Shi smiled, packed up his things, and hummed a cheerful tune as he got up to leave. The girl coughed even harder. After Chen Shi left, Baiwei, who had barely stopped coughing, clenched her small fist tightly. If she knew how to curse, she would have definitely scolded that guy just now. Not only did he steal her biscuits, but he had also deliberately teased her in the end. Losing all interest in continuing to read, she packed up her things, preparing to put them into her little backpack. When she opened the zipper, Baiwei froze. Inside, there was an unopened packet of Little Bear biscuits. So I was the one stealing his biscuits. The girl's face instantly turned red. The next morning, Baiwei arrived early at the library, only to find that Chen Shi was already sitting in the spot he had occupied the previous day. She quietly sighed in relief and sat down opposite him. Neither of them spoke. Unsure of how to start the conversation, she had no experience handling such situations. After Chen Shi finished a set of English practice questions and was about to pull out some snacks from his bag to replenish his energy, Baiwei's eyes lit up. She took out a box of French shortbread biscuits from her small bag and pushed it toward him. Still, she said nothing. Wait, is she really mute? Chen Shi, puzzled, asked. So because you ate my biscuits yesterday, are you trying to compensate me? Baiwei's cheeks turned red. Her lips moved, but she didn't make a sound. This confirmed Chen Shi's suspicion. I figured out you can't speak well, just nod if it's yes, or shake your head if it's no. Baiwei nodded decisively. Is she really mute? Fine, no need to speak, that's even better. Chen Shi took the box of shortbread biscuits and ate them hungrily. Baiwei, who had never seen someone eat so noisily, looked at him in surprise, her autumn-like eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Shi quickly finished the biscuits and, thinking he should reciprocate, pulled out a packet of spicy strips from his bag. He tore it open and asked the mute girl if she wanted some. Baiwei's big, watery eyes were full of doubt. You've never had spicy strips? Trust me, they are delicious. Chen Shi grabbed one, tossed it into his mouth, and started chewing. Perhaps seeing how much Chen Shi enjoyed it gave Baiwei the courage to try. She carefully took one, hesitated, then took a small bite. Her brows furrowed at first, but then relaxed quickly. After swallowing, she stuck out her little tongue and hissed a reaction to the spiciness. Chen Shi gave her a disdainful look. Are you sure you're a true Sichuan person? You can't even handle this little bit of spice. This successfully triggered Baiwei's competitive spirit. She pursed her lips, gathered her courage, and bit into a big piece. After swallowing, her hissing grew louder. Her clear, cool eyes now carried a distinct sense of joy. Her almond-shaped eyes curved like two crescent moons. The 7-day May Day holiday quickly came to an end, leaving only the last day. Chen Shi spent every day in the library doing practice questions, and Baiwei came every day as well. Their only mode of communication was sharing snacks with each other. With give and take, their relationship slowly formed. Chen Shi treated Baiwei as a little mute, and throughout their interactions, he did all the talking while she simply nodded or shook her head. Baiwei didn't explain to him that she wasn't mute. For her, it was just easier not to speak. Chen Shi, naturally talkative, had a lot to vent after being reborn. Over the past few days, he had shared many stories with Baiwei, mostly anecdotes from his childhood, with a few stories from his past life, always prefacing them with, I have a friend. Baiwei was an excellent listener. No matter what Chen Shi said, he could see clear admiration in her eyes. Perhaps, in her eyes, being able to talk so much was incredibly impressive. A girl with almost perfect looks, figure, and temperament, resting her little head on her hands, gazing at him with eyes full of stars, as if he was the only light in her life. Who could resist that? Chen Shi couldn't either. Fortunately, in his 2 lifetimes, he wasn't too obvious about it. On the last day of the long holiday, after finishing his practice questions and sharing snacks again, Baiwei rested her head on her hands, her face full of expectation, looking at Chen Shi. It was time for her favorite part, the storytelling session with Uncle Chen. Chen Shi raised an eyebrow. Today, we're not telling stories. I'm going to quiz you on something. Baiwei gently nodded. You really seem to like children's books, so let me ask you this. Does Little Red Riding Hood have a big chest? Baiwei was stunned. Chen Shi answered seriously, it's not about whether it's big or small, she doesn't have one at all. Baiwei's face was filled with confusion, but her curiosity was piqued. Chen Shi grinned mischievously, think again. Baiwei froze for a moment. After realizing what he meant, her face turned visibly red, spreading all the way to her ears. After a few seconds of silence, she glared at Chen Shi, her lips parted slightly, and two words slipped out, as though from a precious jade disc. Pervert. This left Chen Shi speechless. So you're not mute? Baiwei smiled gently, her bright eyes carrying a hint of mischievousness and a lot of shyness, and said her most frequently used phrase this month. Chen Shi, from Class 6 of Grade 3. I'm Baiwei from Class 1 of Grade 3. Chapter 4. In his previous life, Chen Shi was definitely a competent bootlicker. During the 3 years of high school and 4 years of college, he only had eyes for Jiang Churan. He had no impression of Baiwei at all. Of course, this was also related to Baiwei's own personality. She was cold and had a strong aura. Not to mention Chen Shi, who was from another class. Even the boys in her class, after 3 years, most of them had not said a few words to her. But Chen Shi had heard of the name Baiwei. The academic genius girl of Yuanpei experimental class, the cold and proud school beauty of number 1 middle school, she was the white moonlight, the cinnabar mole, and the regret in the hearts of countless teenagers. In memory, Baiwei should be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Linqiong City this year. She scored a terrifying 8th place in the province and was admitted to Tsinghua University in advance. But she didn't go and chose to go abroad. I didn't pretend to be dumb on purpose, I just don't like to talk. Are you not angry? Baiwei continued to speak. There was obvious uneasiness in her eyes. Chen Shi was not angry, but he chose to pretend to be angry. Har har, you have lied to me for so long, how can I not be angry? Baiwei, you are about to lose me. The original intention was to tease this academic genius girl. Unexpectedly, Baiwei's delicate little face turned pale. She said timidly, I'm sorry. I don't have much experience in getting along with friends, I'm afraid that I will say something wrong and make you unhappy. Well, I'm just teasing you, it's just a small thing, how can I be angry? Really? Really? Huh. Baiwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shi was puzzled, you have grown up so big, you really don't have a friend. Baiwei nodded, my mother doesn't allow me to talk to boys, as for girls. I don't know why, they don't like me very much. Chen Shi also understood. With Baiwei's appearance and temperament, even if Chen Shi had lived 2 lives, he would still think she was a goddess and was very stunning. Add to that the wealthy family. It's like a phoenix flying into a chicken coop, naturally it will be envied and excluded. Not to mention that she is cold by nature, it is easy to be misunderstood as arrogant. With all these factors combined, it is impossible to make friends. It doesn't matter, I will be your friend in the future, a very good one. Really? Baiwei's clear eyes were filled with obvious joy. She was really happy that she also had a friend. This friend was super powerful and could say a lot of things. The next morning, 18-year-old Chen Shi returned to school with a 36-year-old soul. With great difficulty, he found the classroom of Class 6 of Senior 3 with his fragmented memories. Just as he was thinking about where to sit, he saw a square-faced boy waving at him. Ang, locator. Li Xingji, nicknamed Zhiliao, was my deskmate for 3 years in high school. As soon as Chen Shi walked over, the boy asked impatiently, Xiao Chen, I heard that on the day of the holiday, you held a big bunch of roses and confessed to the class beauty Jiang. What happened? As soon as this was said, 7 or 8 out of 10 other classmates in the class pricked up their ears. Who doesn't like gossip? Some of them had a mischievous look on their faces, obviously knowing about the confession incident in the KTV that night. Jiang Churan, who was sitting not far away, also looked at Chen Shi, with inexplicable grievances in his eyes, and of course, more of it was the innate sunder. If it were Chen Shi in his previous life, he would definitely be embarrassed at this time, or even die on the spot. This is the stupid and clear boy, who always regards dignity and face as more important than anything else. Fortunately, Chen Shi now has a mature enough mentality to face the muddy youth. Zhiliang, I really want to know. Li Xingji nodded continuously. In fact, everything in this world can be summarized in 2 sentences. Chen Shi looked at Li Xingji and dragged out his tone. One sentence is none of my business, and the other sentence is none of your business. Li Xingji. Although Xiao Chen is usually annoying, he is particularly annoying today. In fact, he had heard from the male gossipers in the class about the confession in KTV that night, and was ready to comfort Chen Shi. But looking at Xiao Chen's current mental state, there is no need at all. When a dog is hungry, it knows how to turn back. Throughout the May Day holiday, Jiang Churan kept this sentence in mind, waiting eagerly for Chen Shi to apologize to her. On the first day, she didn't wait, and Jiang Da, the class flower, didn't care, so she didn't believe that Chen Shi could really hold it in. The second day, the fourth day, the sixth day. Until the end of the long holiday, Chen Shi neither called her nor sent her a text message, and even didn't leave a message on QQ. Jiang Churan finally panicked. Will Chen Shi really ignore her? In the 3 years of high school, she had gotten used to Chen Shi being around her. Chen Shi ignored her for 7 days, and the gap was too big for Jiang Churan to accept. From morning to afternoon, and then to evening self-study, Jiang Churan was a little absent-minded, and she would sneak a glance at Chen Shi from time to time. She found that he was either concentrating on doing the questions or joking with Li Xingji. What is certain is that Chen Shi did not look at her all day, as if she was a non-existent person. Jiang Churan felt more and more empty in her heart. She had a brief impulse to take the initiative to talk to Chen Shi. But she held back. Her innate sundariness would never allow her to do so. Chen Shi could not read minds, so of course he did not know that Jiang Dabenhua had so many inner dramas. If you want to know, you have to give her a word. Proud little princess, don't bow your head, the crown will fall off, don't cry, brother Chen will laugh. After the evening self-study, Chen Shi and Li Xingji went home together. After walking for a while, Li Xingji couldn't hold it in any longer. Xiao Chen, you really don't care about Jiang Dabenhua. You haven't said a word to her all day. Ji, I finally got rid of this bad relationship. Shouldn't you be happy? If you can really let it go, I will definitely be happy, Li Xingji sighed. I'm just afraid that you are hypocritical. You are obviously very sad, but you are still trying not to let others see it, and then you will cry silently in the quilt after going home. But a mighty man like me will cry for such a trivial matter. Chen Shi laughed. He laughed for a while, but he couldn't laugh much. He seemed to be like this in his previous life. After the KTV confession incident, he was indeed holding his breath and ignored Jiang Churan for several days, but he also cried a lot in the quilt. Later, when Jiang Churan took some initiative towards him, he came up eagerly and continued his dog-licking career. Not far from the school gate, Li Xingji suddenly patted Chen Shi and pointed to a place not far away. Jiang Churan and her best friend Liu Wenwen stood side by side at the bus stop in front. There is a difference only when there is a comparison. Liu Wenwen is also a little beauty, but standing next to Jiang Churan, she was made into a little maid. The dim light of the street lamp poured on Jiang Churan, giving her already delicate features a natural filter. Charming is the best interpretation of her. Chen Shi never denied that Jiang Churan's appearance was not as good as Baiwei's, but they just happened to grow into his heart. Otherwise, he would not have fooled him so much in his previous life. Jiang Churan also saw Chen Shi, snorted, raised his pointed chin, and his expression was aggrieved and arrogant, as if he was expecting something. Li Xingji, Xiao Chen, the class beauty Jiang looks so aggrieved and pitiful. She is obviously waiting for you to talk to her. Why don't you go? Chen Shi ignored her and walked past Jiang Churan calmly. He was not pretending to be strong, nor did he think about proving anything. You ignore me today, I will make you out of reach tomorrow. This kind of mentality is impossible for him. Jiang Churan's bright eyes were surprised and aggrieved. How could he do this? How dare he do this? He didn't even say hello to her and even treated her as heir. Chen Shi, I don't want to care about you anymore. She was completely aggrieved. She shouted at Chen Shi, stomped her feet, turned around and got on the bus. Li Xingji said helplessly, Xiao Chen, it's over, you have no chance at all. Chen Shi shrugged, no chance, maybe the next one will be better. Nonsense, Li Xingji rolled his eyes, looking at the whole number 1 middle school, the only one who can surpass the beauty of Jiang Da class flower is the legendary one. Jilia brother was muttering, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the two. The car window rolled down, and a beautiful oval face was exposed, as cold as the moonlight. Li Xingji was dumbfounded. The one in front of him, isn't she the legendary one? The academic genius girl, the school belle of number 1 middle school, the beautiful Yu. Yu Baiwei said crisply, Chen Shi, get in the car, I'll take you. Jilia brother, I told you that the next one will be better, do you believe it now? Chen Shi decisively pretended to be cool with Li Xingji. Then he said to Yu Baiwei, no, my home is just 200 meters ahead. Oh. Yu Baiwei pouted, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, tomorrow at noon, can we go to the cafeteria together? In her understanding, good friends should eat together. Okay. Then, see you tomorrow. Getting Chen Shi's affirmative answer, Yu Baiwei became obviously very happy, waved her hand, and said goodbye to Chen Shi. The car window closed, and the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away. Yu Baiwei's family seems to be very rich. Chen Shi certainly knew what a Rolls-Royce Phantom meant in 2009. A family of this level is not something that a county-level city like Linqiang can afford. Li Xingji barely came back to his senses at this time. Xiao Chen, the person who just talked to you, was Yu Baiwei. Probably, yes. She wants to take you home and invite you to dinner tomorrow. Probably, yes. Am I dreaming? I'll pinch you and you'll know. It hurts. I'm sorry, brother Zhiliao, you're not dreaming. Xiao Chen, shouldn't you explain to me? You're saying this, you lack a clear self-awareness. Why should I, Chen Shouxin, explain to you all my life? Chapter 5. After returning home, Chen Shi finished washing up in just 5 minutes. He went into the bedroom and didn't go to bed immediately, but prepared to do another set of comprehensive science papers. Life in the 3rd year of high school is indeed hard. In his previous life, Chen Shi was definitely not so self-disciplined. After returning home, he would only hide in bed and read novels. Chen Shi, who has lived a new life, is full of subjective initiative in learning. In fact, it is easy to establish positive feedback in studying. As long as you work hard, you will definitely gain something. Unlike the adult world, if you don't work hard, you will definitely not gain anything, and if you work hard, you will probably not gain anything. Cruel and real. Halfway through the practice, Ms. Yuan pushed the door open and brought him a bowl of tremella porridge, and put 20 yuan on his table as his living expenses for tomorrow. The 4 trillion yuan of money released by the central bank in 2009 had not yet officially taken effect, and prices were not high. The school cafeteria's set meal of 1 meat and 2 vegetables cost 4 yuan per serving, and a large chicken leg was only 2 yuan. Ms. Yuan gave him 20 yuan a day, which was completely enough. Chen Shi's family was not too poor, but it was not rich either. It was just an ordinary dual-income family. Old Chen worked in a steel plant and often worked night shifts. It was very hard, and Ms. Yuan taught music in a junior high school. The couple lived frugally, but they never lacked Chen Shi in terms of material things. They even gave him the best within their ability. In fact, most Chinese parents are like this. They are not as good at expressing emotions as Westerners, and are more accustomed to hiding their love for their children in every aspect of life. After finishing the test paper, Chen Shi fell asleep on the bed. At the age of 18, all indicators are healthy, and he will never suffer from insomnia. It felt like he had just closed his eyes when the alarm clock rang. It was 6:30 the next day. Chen Shi got up, dressed and washed quickly, grabbed the 20 yuan living expenses given to him by Ms. Yuan, and went to school. He did not go straight to the school, but turned a corner and went to find Li Xingji first. Zhilia's family runs a breakfast shop. The buns made by Zhilia's father are thin-skinned and rich in fillings, fresh and juicy, and so dazzling. That's right, Chen Shi came to have breakfast. In fact, he basically didn't spend any money on breakfast during his 3 years of high school, and the money he saved was used to lick Jiang Churan. Soon he arrived at the breakfast shop. Zhilia's parents, who were busy, greeted Chen Shi warmly and pointed to a table in the corner. Li Xingji was sitting there eating noodles, with a basket of steamed buns, a bowl of millet porridge, and a pile of pickled vegetables next to him, all prepared for Chen Shi. Zhilia's parents were the kind of people who had not received much education, and they had the typical Philistine nature of small vendors, but they had nothing to say about Chen Shi. Especially Zhilia's father, who often said one sentence Chen Shi was the second son of their family. Chen Shi sat next to Li Xingji, looking at his best friend who was showing off his noodles, and recalled the life trajectory of this kid in the next 10 years. In his previous life, Li Xingji's grades were slightly better than his. He went to a 211 university in the province. After graduation, he did not take the postgraduate entrance examination and went to a steel mill to work as a blacksmith. As for the steel industry, those who understand it will understand it. After 10 years, there was a serious overcapacity. Zhiliao joined the Kuomintang in 1949, but he couldn't continue working as a blacksmith after a few years. Later, he changed a lot of jobs one after another, and was almost deceived into engaging in pyramid selling. His marriage was not very happy. He and his restless wife quarreled every 3 days and every 5 days, and they had grey hair before they turned 30. But this boy was still a stubborn donkey. In his previous life, Chen Shi had a net worth of hundreds of billions, but he insisted on not accepting any help from Chen Shi. Xiao Chen, we grew up together wearing open crotch pants. You are my only buddy. You can help me, but once I accept it, our relationship will change. These were Li Xingji's original words back then. He was always that stupid and clear-headed boy. Xiao Chen, is there something on my face? Li Xingji felt uncomfortable when he was looked at. Chen Shi grumbled while eating buns, Zhiliao, if you want to have a relationship in the future, you must let me check it first. Xiao Chen, you are a little arrogant. I asked you to check it. You are my father. Not to the extent of that. At most, I am a foster father. I am your brother. Let's talk about each other. I call you brother and you call me foster father. There is no conflict. After a few seconds of silence, Li Xingji said seriously. Xiao Chen, whether to fall in love or not, I don't think that far. Look at me. My grades are not particularly good, I am not as handsome as you, and my family conditions are average. How can a girl like me? Let alone the school belle of Yu University and the class belle of Jiang University, I am afraid that even Liu Wenwen will not look at me straight. It was Chen Shi's turn to be surprised. My brother Zhiliao is so clear-headed. Then how did he fall into the trap back then? Zhiliao, you have such a clear self-awareness, and I am very pleased as a father. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, so can't you comfort me? Okay, Chen Shi smiled, brother Zhiliao, you can have ordinary grades, ordinary work, ordinary looks, or be not smart, not excellent, and not motivated, it doesn't matter. But he dragged out his tone. Li Xingji waited eagerly, thinking that Chen Shi's next words must be to encourage him. Get ready, finish this bowl of chicken soup, Ali Ge. Chen Shi pointed at himself, his face full of seriousness, but I can't. Li Xingji almost vomited blood. Xiao Chen, you are really a dog. At the beginning of the morning self-study, the head teacher Huang Limin walked into the classroom with a stern face. Huang Limin was in her early 40s, dressed in a stereotyped way, and her eyes were like a hammer, looking at everyone like a nail. Even though Chen Shi had lived 2 lives, he was a little nervous at this time. Some fears were really engraved into his genes. Huang Limin is not only the head teacher of Class 6, but also the deputy director of the senior year office and the leader of the Chinese lesson preparation group. She has great prestige in the entire grade. As she walked up to the podium, the whole classroom fell silent. She did not speak immediately, instead, she looked around the entire classroom with a sharp gaze. This process made all the students sit up straight. At this moment, Chen Shi certainly knew that this was actually a method used by Ms. Huang to manage the class. A more accurate description would probably be obedience test. As a senior class teacher, she didn't need to be friends with students, and the best way was to make students respect her. Tell me something. Huang Limin said lightly. Friday and Saturday are the 3rd diagnostic test, and also the last city-wide unified test before the college entrance examination for students. Everyone must pay attention to it. It was as if an invisible dark cloud covered everyone in the classroom. As for students, who is not afraid of exams except for those academic gods who are awesome in any exam? Senior Class 3-6 is a key class, not as good as the 2 experimental classes of Class 1 and Class 2, so there are no players of this level. Li Xingji was quite nervous, and his butt twisted in his seat. This guy has had this bad habit since he was a child, and he twists his butt when he is nervous. Fortunately, everyone is innocent these days. If he were in the future, he would definitely be regarded as the scheming zero. Xiao Chen, the exam is coming up again. Why do I have a bad feeling that I will fail this time? After Huang Lemin left the classroom, Li Xingji muttered softly. Fail it, it's not the college entrance examination, why are you so nervous? Aren't you nervous? Your grades are not as good as mine. That was in the past. I think I have opened up the Ren and Du meridians, and now I'm so fierce. Just brag, Li Xingji rolled his eyes, how about a bet to see who gets the higher score? Okay, whoever wins will be the godfather. That's so embarrassing, I haven't even had a relationship yet, and I have a big son out of thin air. Li Xingji was full of confidence. Poor Zhiliao, obviously he didn't realize that Chen Shi was already a cheater. He was so confident now. The last class in the morning was physical education, and Chen Shi arrived at the cafeteria a few minutes early. Li Xingji followed him. They ate together for 3 years in high school. Good boy, get 3 servings of rice. Chen Shi took out the 20 yuan note that Ms. Yuan gave him and handed it to Li Xingji. There was no such thing as one treating the other between him and Li Xingji, and they shared their pocket money. In fact, Chen Shi took advantage of Li Xingji a lot. After all, Chen Shi in his previous life spent a lot of his pocket money on Jiang Churan. What are you yelling about? Li Xingji rolled his eyes and took the money to get food. As soon as Brother Ji left, a tall, sunny and handsome boy sat next to Chen Shi. Chen Shi frowned. Hey, classmate, someone is here. The sunny boy also frowned. Classmate. Don't you know me? Chen Shi laughed. You are not RMB, why should I know you? The sunny boy sneered. Chen Shi, don't pretend. First of all, we have been in the same class for 3 years, and secondly, I have served as the permanent monitor of the class for 3 consecutive years, and I have been the 3 best students in the school for 3 consecutive terms. I have a high reputation in the school. How could you not know me? Chen Shi finally remembered. So it was this guy. This guy is Zhu Rui, and he is also Jiang Churan's die-hard pursuer. Chen Shi and him are both licking dogs, but their way of licking is still a little different. Chen Shi licks, but Jiang Churan will give him 2 candies from time to time to establish positive feedback. As for Zhu Rui, I guess he has watched too many brainless Korean dramas, a pure and innocent warm man. If you love someone, you should make her happy, even if the person who makes her happy is not yourself. This is the love declaration of Zhu Da's warm man Chu Tuor Fei Yarnyang. Chen Shi glanced at Zhu Dayuan. What's the matter? Chen Shi, I used some connections and found out that you made Ranran angry. Zhu Rui raised his eyebrows. Give this class leader a favor and go apologize to Ranran. After that, he took out $100 bill from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Looking at the pretentious Zhu Nuanuan, Chen Shi laughed. Some high school students really like to imitate adults in speaking and doing things. That's right, they try to draw a tiger but end up drawing a dog. You, what are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing at you. Chen Shi rolled his eyes. What's going on between me and Jiang Churan is none of your business. You? Zhu Rui's face was livid. At this time, Li Xingji came over. Chen Shi waved his hand impatiently. Get out of the way, or I'll let my Zhiliao bite you. Li Xingji is tall and strong. Although he looks like a fool when he smiles, when he doesn't smile, Brother Zhiliao is a powerful and intimidating man. Har har, I don't want to see you. Zhu Rui said this and fled in a panic, even forgetting to take the 100 yuan on the table. He is a typical coward. Of course, he definitely doesn't think so. Instead, he feels that he can't lose the dignity of being a regular class monitor and a 3 good student in the school for 3 consecutive terms, and argue with Chen Shi, a scoundrel. Xiao Chen, what do you mean by letting me bite Zhu Rui, a pretentious guy? Do you treat me like a dog? Li Xingji was quite unhappy. Chen Shi picked up the 100 yuan bill on the table. Brother Zhiliao, if I say that we will split the money in half, how will you respond? After 2 seconds of silence, Li Xingji uttered 2 words, woof woof. Chen Shi was happy. One is Zhu Nuanuan and the other is Li Yueguang. Why don't you 2 form a couple? Your appearance is so high that it exceeds the threshold. Wherever you go, it's like you're using an AoE skill. As soon as Baiwei appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, the whole cafeteria went crazy. Swish. Countless eyes looked at her. Like all the students in school, she also wore a blue and white school uniform. Her long hair was tied into a low ponytail. Her hair was dark and distinct. No matter the amount or quality of her hair, it made people jealous. Most people wear school uniforms in a naughty way, either too long here or too short there. But when they wear them on Baiwei, they are obedient and don't dare to act rashly. Needless to say, her appearance is oval face, narrow and bright eyes, and she is definitely a rich and beautiful woman. Baiwei usually doesn't come to the cafeteria to eat. The nanny at home will prepare it in advance and deliver it to school on time. Others thought she was aloof and unsociable. The truth was that she had always wanted to eat in the cafeteria, but she could never muster up the courage. When high school students went to the cafeteria to eat, they would have one or more dining companions, especially those who lived on campus. Usually all of their dormitories went out together. The problem was that Baiwei had no friends. Until she met Chen Shi, a friend who could talk a lot. "Oh my god, why did you school beauty come back to the cafeteria to eat? This is big news. I don't know who will be lucky enough to eat at the same table with her." Along with the discussion, the boys were basically staring at Baiwei. When Baiwei's narrow and long phoenix eyes looked over, they immediately lowered their heads, and many of them even blushed instantly. This is Baiwei. Although she had no intention, she could use her beauty to commit crimes. "Here." Chen Shi stood up and waved at Baiwei. Others thought that Baiwei was using her beauty to commit crimes, but she was very nervous when she entered the cafeteria for the first time. She kept a straight face, not letting herself show any expression. Until she saw Chen Shi waving at her, her tense heartstrings suddenly relaxed. She walked towards Chen Shi, and her straight face, like an iceberg beauty, also showed expression, and a smile gradually appeared at the corners of her lips, which softened the years and amazed the time. Am I seeing this right? Bai Ren, who had never smiled in front of people in the past 3 years, actually smiled. This scene was like an annoying spring breeze, blowing the hearts of all the young people present. Baiwei's smile was really stunning. Chapter 6. Chen Shi has never had good eating manners since he was a child. He always smacked his lips when eating, and there was oil all over his mouth. Bai Ren was much more polite, taking small bites, and her rosy lips were slightly stained with oil, which was shiny. But she didn't eat slowly. The food in the school cafeteria is usually heavy in oil and salt, and the main dish in Sichuan is spicy. The food made by the nanny in Baiwei's house is exquisite but light. Eating it every day will make people lose their appetite. As for Li Xingji, he is walking on thin ice. He twisted his butt on the bench uncontrollably. What a joke! The person sitting opposite is the academic genius girl, the school beauty of number 1 middle school, Bai Ren. He can't be as imageless as Xiao Chen. Jiang is not delicate at heart, but no matter how rough he is, he has gradually noticed in the past 2 days that Xiao Chen has become different after the May Day holiday. Although Xiao Chen used to be a douchebag, he would also be reserved and nervous in front of beautiful girls, but not as obvious as him. Now, even when facing the AOE-level beauty of University, Li Xingji can feel the calmness from his bones. Chen Shi saw Baiwei's reservation and Li Xingji's discomfort. He took the initiative to bring up the topic. With his emotional intelligence, after a few words, the tense atmosphere was immediately relieved. Baiwei glanced at Li Xingji and whispered to Chen Shi, "Are you also good friends?" Chen Shi nodded and introduced Baiwei with a smile. "This is my brother Zhiliao. We have known each other since we were born. The boat of friendship has been through many storms. He can go through the mountains of swords for me, and he can also go through the sea of fire for me." Zhiliao's cheeks twitched when he heard it. "So I am the one who goes through the mountains of swords and the sea of fire, right? Do you want me to boil a frying pan for you? The boat of friendship has been through many storms." "Bullshit, it's better to turn it over." Baiwei smiled. She really thought Chen Shi was so amazing. He had a mouth, why could he say so many words in one breath, and they were all so interesting. Zhiliao was so depressed that he decided to make up for it from other places. He aimed at the chicken wings in Chen Shi's plate, picked them up with chopsticks, and stuffed them into his mouth to show off. "Your sister." Chen Shi was so angry. He loved chicken wings the most. Fortunately, there was another one in his plate. Baiwei looked at it, and her narrow and long phoenix eyes suddenly lit up, like a morning star. Chen Shi was her first friend. She had no experience in getting along with friends. How to get along with friends needs to be learned from scratch. As a genius girl, she has an unparalleled talent for learning, and a logical chain is quickly constructed in her little head. 1. Chen Shi and Li Xingji are good friends. 2. She and Chen Shi are also good friends. 3. Li Xingji snatched Chen Shi's chicken wing to eat. 4. In summary, she should also snatch it. Get. Yu Baiwei's bright eyes were full of eagerness to try. While Chen Shi was not paying attention, she aimed and finally took action. She picked up the remaining chicken wing with a chopstick and quickly stuffed it into her rosy mouth, imitating Li Xingji. This scene made Chen Shi and Li Xingji stare at each other. Is there any problem? After taking a small bite, Yu Baiwei put the chicken wing into her plate, with a confused and cute expression. Chen Shi's expression was strange. You think it's okay? Isn't this what good friends should do? Yu Baiwei analyzed seriously. You and him are good friends, and I and you are also good friends. He snatched your chicken wing, so I should snatch it too. After speaking, he picked up the chicken wing again and took a fierce bite, and his little mouth became more and more oily. I don't know why, but she thinks that the chicken wings she snatched from Chen Shi's plate are super delicious. Chen Shi's mouth twitched, thinking that you are a girl with strong logical thinking. You must have learned programming. That's great. You have stepped on the trend of the times in advance. He finally understood that the rumor that Yu Baiwei was aloof was a fallacy. She was essentially a natural fool. Especially in dealing with people, she was absolutely a blank slate. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows. Well, there is no problem, but, in the future, except for me, you are not allowed to snatch other people's food. Why? No reason, anyway, it is not allowed, otherwise our friendship will be overturned. Chen Shi showed some of the domineering style of his previous life. Okay. Yu Baiwei nodded. In fact, except for Chen Shi, she would not snatch other people's food, even if she had other friends in the future. As for why, it is probably because the other person is not Chen Shi. After finishing the meal, the three of them washed and put away the plates carefully, and then walked out of the cafeteria. Along the way, they received many stares. It can be predicted that Chen Shi will be on the headlines of number 1 middle school. Yu Mairen actually went to the cafeteria to eat with a boy, which is definitely a shocking news. As for Li Xingji, the audience was not stupid, and they all regarded him as a dispensable so-and-so. After all, during the whole meal, Yu Mairen's eyes were on Chen Shi. The audience wondered how Chen Shi got in touch with Yu Mairen, and Li Xingji, as a participant, was actually strange. After leaving the cafeteria gate, he put his arm around Chen Shi's shoulder, took 2 quick steps, and lowered his voice. Xiao Chen, how did you and Yu Xiaohua's mother know each other? Well, I'll tell you later. Okay. Li Xingji took his hand away from Chen Shi's shoulder. Chen Shi turned around and looked at Yu Baiwei, who was walking behind them. He found that this Yu Mairen actually raised her arm and made a gesture to put her arm on Chen Shi's shoulder. Chen Shi was startled. Yu Baiwei, what are you doing? Having a meal with Yu Baiwei may cause some public opinion sensation, but after all, it's just a meal, and it can be easily ignored. If Yu Baiwei really had physical contact with him, she would never be able to clear it up even if she jumped into the Yellow River. If Yu Baiwei, who is a surefire candidate for Tsinghua and Peking University, is involved in a love scandal more than a month before the college entrance examination, the school will definitely intervene. The most likely result is to persuade Chen Shi to quit and let him go home to review. Yu Baiwei explained seriously. Li Xingji put his arm around your shoulder, so I want to put my arm around your shoulder too. Chen Shi quickly shook his head. This is absolutely not allowed. Yu Baiwei said aggrievedly. Why? This. Chen Shi scratched the back of his head. He felt that he was talking about the 3 no girls talk of not being intimate with each other, and she probably didn't understand. Yu Baiwei's family protected her too well, so she was absolutely a blank slate in this regard. Uncle Chen decisively changed his thinking to one that Yu Baiwei could understand. Ji Liao and I have a relationship that we established since we were born. He can go through fire and water for me, so he can put his arm around my shoulder. Can you do that? After thinking carefully, Yu Baiwei shook her head sadly. Well, I'm most afraid of pain. So, Chen Shi slightly emphasized his tone. Put your hand down. Okay. Yu Baiwei obediently put down her arm. After walking through the long corridor, the 3 of them found a pavilion and sat down around the stone table. Chat and digest food at the same time. Li Xingji was very tactful and consciously sat opposite Chen Shi and Yu Baiwei. He was surprised to find that the 2 of them were actually somewhat compatible. In terms of appearance, Chen Shi was definitely not worthy of carrying Yu Mairen's shoes. Xiao Chen was just a little handsome, but the beauty of U University's campus belle was AOE level. But the confidence that Xiao Chen exudes from his bones makes up for the difference in appearance. Although Zhiliao Ji couldn't figure out where Xiao Chen got his confidence from. He asked curiously, Xiao Chen, can you tell me now? How did you meet UDA campus beauty? This. Chen Shi started to talk, but stopped when he got to the key point. What's next? The next part is paid content. Zhiliao Ji, please recharge. In the end, Baiwei roughly told the story from her perspective. Yu Mairen just doesn't like to talk, but her language organization ability is actually fine, and she is even more organized than most people. Just because of a misunderstanding. Li Xingji felt like he was watching a Korean drama, and he was a little shocked. Chen Shi pouted, Yu Baiwei, you didn't mention the key point. The key point is that I am good looking. Li Xingji rolled his eyes, Xiao Chen, you show off your beauty in front of me, but you also show off in front of the campus beauty of U University. Ji, let me tell you something. You know, I went to the provincial capital some time ago and happened to meet Nicholas Tse at Chuanxi Road for a book signing event. I just approached him and he actually took the initiative to talk to me. Guess what he said? Oh, what did he say? Yanzu, you are here too. Chen Shi was serious. Li Xingji's cheeks twitched. Yu Baiwei covered her mouth and laughed. After laughing for a while, she asked a question. Chen Shi, do you have any standards for making friends? Of course, Chen Shi nodded, at least they have to look good. Looked at Yu Baiwei first. For example, you are good looking. Glanced at Li Xingji again. For example, my brother Zhiliao. Li Xingji immediately felt comfortable. Xiao Chen, after so many years, have you finally admitted my appearance? Listen to the end of what I'm saying. Chen Shi rolled his eyes, Yu Baiwei is pretty, and you are funny. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Zhiliao's anger was full, and he started to chase Chen Shi with a fist bigger than a casserole. Yu Baiwei looked at the two people playing, her eyes narrowed into crescents again, and she also quietly clenched her fists. Chapter 7. Jiang Churan didn't go to the cafeteria for lunch. She came from a good family, but she wasn't as well off as Yu Baiwei, who had a full-time nanny to deliver lunch every day, but she preferred to eat at the restaurant at the school gate. You don't have to look at the mood of the cafeteria and to eat what you want, you can order your own dishes. After lunch, she went back to the classroom for a nap, and she didn't know that Chen Shi and Yu Baiwei had gone to the cafeteria for lunch just now. But her good friend Liu Wenwen knew. Liu Wenwen was sitting behind Chen Shi's table just now, and she saw clearly the scene where Yu Baiwei took the chicken wings from Chen Shi's plate and ate them. What kind of intimate relationship would allow people to share food on the plate with each other? Liu Wenwen was stunned. No wonder Chen Shi said that he would not pursue Jiang Churan, so he met someone better. She always thought that Jiang Churan's appearance was very good, and she was not inferior to those young actresses in the entertainment industry. But compared with Yu Mairen, who amazed the entire first and third classes of number 1 middle school, she really couldn't compare. The gap between them is like a god of learning and a tyrant of learning. The tyrant of learning scored 95 points, which is the only score he can get. The god of learning scored 100 points, which is the only score he can get. She was hesitating whether to tell Jiang Churan about this. Before she could think it through, Zhu Rui came over and said with a distressed face, Ranran, don't be angry, I have just helped you teach Chen Shi a lesson. This kid is also a coward. I took out my identity as the class monitor and the title of the school's 3 good students, and almost scared him to tears. Jiang Churan frowned. Zhu Rui, did you really teach Chen Shi a lesson? Zhu Rui nodded. Well, I didn't hit him, I just criticized him a few words to make him realize his mistakes. Jiang Churan's pretty face turned cold. What does the matter between me and Chen Shi have to do with you? What right do you have to criticize him? Zhu Rui's cheeks flushed. Ran. I am concerned about you. Jiang Churan's beautiful face became more and more stern. Zhu Rui, I don't need your concern, the more you are like this, the more I hate you. Zhu Rui was choked and couldn't say anything, and returned to his seat in a gloomy face. After he left, Liu Wenwen asked in a low voice, Of course, actually, you care about Chen Shi, don't you? How could that be? Jiang Churan pouted first, then glanced at Chen Shi's empty seat. Liu Wenwen sighed, if you really can't bear to leave him, just take the initiative to make peace with him. No. Jiang Churan shook her head. It's not like she and Chen Shi haven't had a quarrel before. Although she was basically the one who was being naughty, when was it not Chen Shi who took the initiative to coax her? If she had to take the initiative to make peace with Chen Shi, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Liu Wenwen looked at Jiang Churan's delicate little face full of pride, thought carefully, and decided not to tell her about the lunch in the cafeteria. In the next few days, Chen Shi would go to the cafeteria with Baiwei every noon. Baiwei still had a stern face in front of others, and was still the iceberg beauty high in the clouds. Only when she was with Chen Shi, her oval face would show many micro-expressions. This scene stunned many innocent boys. My Ren is my Ren, every frown and smile is a beautiful scene. After a few days, Chen Shi didn't know how much hatred he had attracted. The innocent boys wanted to treat Chen Shi as the Lik King Arthurs and form a group to fight him. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. This guy named Chen Shi in class 6 of senior 3 is not particularly handsome, and his grades are just average. At best, he is just a player who barely stepped on the first tier line. Why can he be favored by My Ren? You say. My Ren and that guy named Chen Shi are not really in love, right? It's a high probability event. In 3 years, who of you has seen My Ren smile? She only smiles at Chen Shi and feeds him food. Stop talking, I'm heartbroken. Similar conversations took place in many corners of the cafeteria. After a few days, the rumor that Chen Shi and Baiwei were in love gradually spread around the school and finally reached the ears of the teachers. Sun Mai, their head teacher of class 1, grade 3, first reacted with disbelief and even found it absurd. Baiwei would be in love? Or with that ordinary boy named Chen from class 6? This is outrageous, isn't it? It's outrageous to the extreme. However, as the rumors intensified, this matter still attracted Sun Mai's attention. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. There is more than a month left before the college entrance examination. If Baiwei's study state is affected by this matter and she fails to be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University, how much loss will it be for the school and Baiwei herself? After thinking it over again and again, Sun Mai went to find Huang Lemin, talked about this and that, and then told her about this matter in a joking tone. Of course, she would not knock Baiwei, but chose to let Huang Lemin warn Chen Shi. Huang Lemin teaches Chinese, how could she not hear Sun Mai's twang? To sum it up, it's probably control the pig named Chen Shi in your class, let him put away his unnecessary thoughts, and don't dream of taking the most beautiful cabbage in our class at such a critical moment. Huang Lemin felt it was quite baffling. Is it worth talking about something that is just a figment of the imagination? It's just a meal, which is a far cry from falling in love. However, the person involved is Baiwei, a promising candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University. No matter how uncomfortable Huang Lemin was, she still promised Sun Mai that she would talk to Chen Shi. If she didn't agree, with Sun Mai's temper, she might go to the school leaders, and then the matter would be even more difficult to handle. During the self-study on Friday evening, Huang Lemin called the class study committee and called Chen Shi to the office. After Chen Shi entered the office, he said to Huang Lemin, "Teacher Huang, you are looking for me." Huang Lemin did not speak immediately, but corrected the test papers by herself, leaving Chen Shi aside. After finally finishing the test papers, she picked up the thermos cup, opened it, and took a sip of the chrysanthemum tea in it. After completing the whole process, she finally set her eyes on Chen Shi. If it were Chen Shi in his previous life, Huang Lemin's combination of punches would have scared him to death. Ms. Huang is still a bit of a talent. Not only does she know how to maintain her health, but she is also very good at controlling students. But for Chen Shi now, he is not nervous, but he wants to laugh. I can guess why Huang Lemin is looking for him. But he and Baiwei are just ordinary friends, and they have not crossed the line. If you are upright, you are not afraid of your shadow. Chen Shi, you have been studying hard in recent days, and teacher Huang has seen all of this. Huang Lemin sighed as she spoke. You, kid, were ranked second in the class when you entered the school. You should have been able to get into a 985 university. But you didn't focus on studying in the past 3 years, so now you are neither here nor there. Chen Shi smiled and said, "Teacher Huang, I have finally come to my senses. Just wait and see, I might do well in the college entrance examination and make you proud. Making me proud is secondary. The key is to be worthy of yourself." Huang Lemin finally got to the point and her tone became quite serious. Chen Shi, why have I heard some rumors recently about you and Baiwei, the top student in class 1? Chen Shi touched the back of his head. Teacher Huang, I have been getting close to Baiwei recently, but we are just pure friends. Huang Lemine nodded. I believe this, Baiwei is not blind. Chen Shi. The key is that teacher's son from class 1 doesn't believe it, and he insisted that I give you a warning. I am also helpless. Chen Shi, you are a smart child, you know what I mean, Teacher Huang. I know, people's words are scary. Teacher Huang, don't worry, I know what to do. Then tell me. I can reply to Teacher Sunday. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows and answered very seriously. Teacher Huang, I will warn you Baiwei. We are still high school students, we should focus all our attention on studying, don't think about those things, and we must not indulge in my beauty and affect the college entrance examination. Chapter 8. Huang Lemine felt something was wrong the more she listened, and finally her expression turned into a helpless smile. Chen Shi used to be a scoundrel, but he was not so scoundrel that he had the guts to talk to her. However, Chen Shi and Baiwei did not cross the line, and she could not really do anything to Chen Shi. What's wrong with Tsinghua and Peking University seedlings? She couldn't persuade Chen Shi to quit because of such a groundless thing and let him go home to review. There was no such reason. Okay, you are getting more and more daring, and you dare to make jokes in front of me. Huang Lemine rolled her eyes at Chen Shi. Well, I'll deal with teacher's son in class 1 first. You have to do well in the third test tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. If your grades drop significantly, I'll call your mother to talk to you no matter whether you and Baiwei are really in love or not. Chen Shi smiled and said, Teacher Huang, since you said so, I'll show my true strength in the test tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I won't pretend anymore. I'll show my cards. In fact, I'm also a player of Tsinghua and Peking University level. Go away. Huang Lemine rolled her eyes again. How can I not know what your strength is? If you can get on the first tier line, I'll pass this level. After that, she waved her hand and told Chen Shi to go to the evening self-study. Xiao Chen, why did Nun Mihu call you to the office? Li Xingji asked eagerly as soon as Chen Shi returned to his seat. Mr. Jin Yong's The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber has been remade in countless versions and has a great popularity among the people. Huang Lemine was serious and unsmiling in front of her students, so it was natural for her to get this nickname. Chen Shi said with a serious face, Teacher Huang told me that the Trisolarians are about to attack, so I should prepare in advance and participate in a wall-facing plan. Chen Shi was so ridiculous, so he must not want to say it, and Li Xingji was too lazy to ask again. Xiao Chen, how are you preparing for tomorrow's exam? Brother Zhilia was still more concerned about tomorrow's third diagnosis exam, especially since he and Chen Shi had a bet whoever did well in the exam would be the godfather. Chen Shi frowned heavily. Brother Zhilia, should I say you are careless or not? The Trisolarians are about to attack, and you are still concerned about a broken exam. Can't you care about the fate of all mankind? Go away, you are talking nonsense. Li Xingji rolled his eyes at Chen Shi and chose to concentrate on doing the questions. As a stupid and clear-headed boy, Brother Zhilia still had a strong desire to win, and of course he was unwilling to call Chen Shi his godfather. Time quickly came to the next day. The last baseline test before the college entrance examination officially kicked off. Early in the morning, Chen Shi went to Zhilia's breakfast shop to eat buns, and then went to school with him. As soon as he entered the class, Chen Shi noticed that the atmosphere was a little different from usual. Everyone was very nervous and eager to try. As a student, who doesn't want to prove themselves in the exam? After all, it was the last baseline test for the third year of high school, and it was a city-wide unified exam. The school attached great importance to it and divided the examination room according to the different scores. The first examination room was full of academic masters, and anyone could get into 985, and there were even a few players like Baiwei from Tsinghua University and Peking University. The second examination room was a mixture of 985 and 211. Chen Shi and Li Xingji's scores were not even enough for the second examination room. Li Xingji was assigned to the third examination room, and Chen Shi was in the adjacent fourth examination room. Holding a pencil bag, on their way to the examination room, Chen Shi patted Li Xingji, who was getting more and more nervous. Brother Zhiliao, stop twisting your butt, take the exam well, and try to get a good score, so that you can have more confidence in the college entrance examination. Xiao Chen, it's not easy, you finally speak human words. I'm afraid that you are too far behind me, and your Taoism will collapse. TSK, I don't know what level you are, you will fall behind me 9 times out of 10. Chen Shi smiled and said nothing more. Let Brother Zhiliao swell up one last time. After the results of this exam are out, Brother Zhiliao may not even be able to smell his tail gas. The classmates went to the exam room together, and while walking, Chen Shi walked side by side with Jiang Churan. Jiang Da, the class flower, glanced at him, snorted, and turned her head away. Jiang Churan's grades were better than Li Xingji and Chen Shi, and he was assigned to the second exam room. In the college entrance examination in his previous life, he also did well, and finally went to 11 in University of Finance and Economics, a 211 university. Seeing this, Zhu Rui also took a few quick steps and came to a position almost shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Churan. He was also a 211 level player and was in the second examination room with Jiang Churan. When they reached the fork, Zhu Rui glanced at Chen Shi coldly, with a hint of contempt in his provocation. The sense of superiority of high school students is so stupid and pure, and it is basically based on grades. Chen Shi ignored it, of course. After entering the examination room, he quickly adjusted his mood and prepared to take his first exam after living a new life. The bell rang, and the invigilator began to distribute the test papers. The first subject was Chinese. Chen Shi opened the cap of the signature pen and started to do the questions. Chinese is the most basic subject, and there is no possibility of rapid progress. Chen Shi's Chinese level is just so-so, basically fluctuating around 100 points. After finishing a set of papers, he knows everything he knows and doesn't know everything he doesn't know. He can probably get a score of 100 or so. But Chen Shi is confident that he can get a score of 120 in Chinese in the college entrance examination. Who told him to remember the topic of the college entrance examination essay? After the Chinese language test, basically no one checked the answers. This subject is indeed not worth discussing. Even the poor student in the last examination room can fill the test paper with random writing. What really concerned the candidates was the math test in the afternoon. Wang Lemin's knocking still worked. Chen Shi did not dare to go to Baiwei for lunch at noon. He took Li Xingji to a restaurant outside the school to eat stir-fried dishes. The two entered the restaurant. Chen Shi was holding the menu to order dishes, and Li Xingji touched Chen Shi's arm. Chen Shi also noticed it. A cold look fell on him. Looking up, it was Jiang Churan who was looking at him. She was sitting on the right side of Chen Shi, with a melon seed face and a cold face. Liu Wenwen and Zhu Rui were also at the same table. After being discovered by Chen Shi, Jiang Churan immediately turned her head away, and a slight hum came out of her nose. Chen Shi secretly laughed. Even if he lived 2 lives, he couldn't understand the brain circuit of Jiang Dabenhua. You are obviously teasing me, using my dignity as a capital to show off your charm. Why do you feel wronged when I ignore you? He couldn't understand it, and he was too lazy to understand it. He had made up his mind long ago that nothing would happen to Jiang Churan again after living a new life. Reading a book again may give you different feelings, but there will be no new ending. Perhaps because of Chen Shi, Jiang Churan didn't eat much, and put down his chopsticks heavily with a snap. Zhu Rui, the innocent warm man, glared at Chen Shi and asked about his well-being. Jiang Churan ignored him, with a cold face, and didn't say a word. She is just like that. The better you treat her, the less she cares. Chen Shi, who pursued her for 3 years, now said he didn't want to pursue her anymore. This hurt her so much that she felt so wronged that her eyes were red. Finally, Liu Wenwen couldn't stand it anymore. She got up and sat at the table where Chen Shi and Li Xingji were sitting. She lowered her voice and asked, Chen Shi, what's going on between you and Ranran? Chen Shi shrugged. Liu Wenwen, you were at the KTV that day, right? Didn't I make it very clear? Just pretend you didn't know her. Just because Ranran teased you. But don't you think about why Ranran chose to tease you instead of others? Liu Wenwen, of course, stood on the side of her bestie. After clearing Jiang Churan with a few words, she persuaded Chen Shi again. It means Ranran still cares about you. When you graduate from high school and go to college, you may have a chance. Chen Shi smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Oh, according to what you said, she used the way of trampling on my dignity to prove her charm. Should I still say it's an honor? Liu Wenwen choked. I'm not. Chen Shi waved his hand. Come on, you are. Chapter 9. This. Liu Wenwen couldn't say anything more. No matter how she argued, the KTV incident was Jiang Churan's fault. But as Jiang Churan's good sister, she would definitely stand on her side unconditionally. Chen Shi, you've gone too far. Talking to a girl like this, is there any gentlemanly manners? Zhu Rui stood up, speaking righteously, with an indignant expression. Delusionally showing his masculinity to show his presence in front of the goddess. After Chen Shi glanced at him, he looked back, really too lazy to pay attention. Li Xingji didn't say anything, just raised his fist at Zhu Rui. Although Xiao Chen has been a bitch since he was a child, and is getting more and more bitch now, brother Zhilia will not allow anyone to bully Xiao Chen. I'm your brother. He wasn't kidding Chen Shi. Let's go. We won't eat anymore. Jiang Churan said, and after looking at Chen Shi, he walked out without looking back. Zhu Rui hurriedly chased him out. Hey, I won't care about your business in the future. After Liu Wenwen finished speaking, she hurriedly followed him. Just now, she clearly saw tears in Jiang Churan's eyes. Of course, you're crying. Do you really like Chen Shi? After catching up with Jiang Churan, Liu Wenwen asked with concern. There were indeed tears in Jiang Churan's eyes. How is that possible? Jiang Churan shook her head decisively. She cried not because she regretted, but because she felt wronged. When Chen Shi looked at her just now, there was clearly disgust in his eyes, and he was afraid to avoid him. How could she, who was naturally proud, bear this? When Chen Shi did it on purpose. He just wanted to piss me off on purpose. The more Jiang Churan spoke, the more aggrieved she looked. She was wrong that night, but she had already apologized. What else could she do? He used to hang around me all day. Just a word to him would make him happy all day. Now I have hinted to him that we have reconciled several times, but he always has a sour face. Isn't he distressed that he is so angry with me? Liu Wenwen thought that Chen Shi had lunch with Baiwei these days, and she felt that Chen Shi probably didn't mean to piss Jiang Churan off on purpose this time. However, seeing Jiang Churan's aggrieved face, how could she dare to say it out loud? She had to go along with her. Of course, Chen Shi was definitely pretending. Really? Of course, he was teased that night and couldn't find a way out, so he pretended to be indifferent. Wait, he will regret it in the future. People always like to hear what they like to hear. Jiang Churan felt comfortable when she heard what Liu Wenwen said, and she became the arrogant little princess again. HMPH, even if he regrets it, I won't care about him anymore. When Liu Wenwen thought of Chen Shi and Baiwei's incestuous love, she thought that if Jiang Churan knew about it, her heart would collapse and even affect the college entrance examination. The best way now is to cool down Jiang Churan and make her hate Chen Shi from the bottom of her heart. She agreed decisively, Ran, let's do this. Who is Chen Shi? Why does he treat you like this? You don't have no suitors. Zhu Rui heard this and decisively showed his presence. Yes, Ran, don't you still have me? Jiang Churan glanced at him coldly and didn't even bother to say anything to him. Zhu Rui was asking for trouble and had to touch the back of his head to relieve the embarrassment. A wronged warm man is a wronged warm man. In his dictionary, there is no such thing as self-esteem. Xiao Chen, am I seeing things right? When Jiang Daehua left, her eyes were red, as if she was crying. Li Xingji was surprised. Chen Shi smiled, she cries if she wants to. What does it have to do with me? Li Xingji muttered, but, she cried because of you. Doesn't that mean that she actually cares about you? Now you just need to go along with her a little bit, and you two will have a chance. Is Baiwei good? Of course she is good. No matter her appearance, personality, grades or family, she is better than Jiang Churan. But it is because she is so good that Zhiliao has no confidence in Chen Shi. He can really get together with this Ren. Jiang Churan is the goal that Xiao Chen can reach with a little effort. Besides, Xiao Chen has liked Jiang Churan for 3 years. How can he just say he doesn't like her? Chen Shi couldn't help laughing when he heard Zhiliao's serious analysis. My dear Zhiliao, do you think she is crying for me? Isn't it? Of course not. She is just feeling unfair and wronged. Believe me, a girl like her will only love herself from beginning to end. I am going to go back to her now. She may be nice to me for a few days, but when I really care about her, she will definitely start to act up again. Xiao Chen, it's not that bad. I saw her crying so hard just now. Come on, let's stop talking about this. Brother Zhiliao, you are really stupid. You would rather believe that Jiang Churan is crying because of me than believe that the Trisolarians are about to attack us. In the afternoon math, Chen Shi performed almost perfectly. He finished it in an hour and a half. After checking it carefully twice, he did not find any mistakes. Oh my god, I am afraid I will have to get a full score. Chen Shi gave himself a shock again. He is really fierce now. Of course, this is also related to the difficulty of the third diagnosis exam being on the easy mode. However, being able to get full marks does indeed show that Chen Shi has thoroughly mastered high school mathematics. Even if he took the epic 2003 national exam, he would probably get more than 130. The next day, he took the comprehensive science exam in the morning and the English exam in the afternoon, and Chen Shi performed quite well. After the exams, it was Saturday afternoon. Tomorrow is the weekend, and there is no class, so he had a holiday in advance. The difficulty of the third diagnosis exam was indeed not high. Li Xingji happened to be the kind of player who had a good foundation, but was limited by his IQ and could not solve difficult problems. So this time, he felt that he performed almost perfectly. As soon as he saw Chen Shi, he started to show off, yelling at Chen Shi to be ready to call him godfather. Chen Shi smiled but said nothing. There is still a month before the college entrance examination, and the results of the third diagnosis exam must be released as soon as possible, so that candidates can use this last period of time to check for omissions and make up for deficiencies. It is likely that the papers will be reviewed tomorrow, and the results will be released next Monday. Brother Zhiliao only has 1 day left to show off. Xiao Chen, we finally finished the exam, let's go have some fun this afternoon, let's go to the arcade. Let's go. The two quickly rode their bicycles to the arcade and played King of Fighters 97 for more than an hour. As a result, Chen Shi was beaten to a pulp. When it comes to playing games, Brother Zhiliao has been more talented than him since he was a child. After leaving the arcade, the two went home together. Li Xingji asked as they walked. Xiao Chen, tomorrow is the weekend, how are you going to spend it? Do you want to go hiking together? Chen Shi shook his head and said he had plans for tomorrow. Brother Zhiliao subconsciously wanted to ask what plans he had, but he realized that it was wrong when the words came to his lips. Xiao Chen and Yu Ren are now in love. Needless to say, the two are going to go on a date tomorrow. If he asked, wouldn't that be humiliating himself? After Chen Shi returned home, he went into the bedroom, took out the Nokia 5200 from the drawer. Mobile phones were strictly prohibited in school, turned it on and logged into the WAP version of QQ. Because of Wang Lamin's beating, he and Baiwei could only go underground for the time being, try not to meet at school, and chat on QQ after returning home. As soon as he logged into QQ, Yumaren's avatar kept flashing. Apparently she had already arrived home, and then couldn't wait to talk to Chen Shi. Because Chen Shi went to play King of Fighters with Li Xingji, he hadn't replied to her messages, causing Yu Ren to send many messages. May the 14th, 1731. Yu Ren, Blooming Hillside. Chen Shi, I'm home, what are you doing? May the 14th, 1742. Yu Ren, Blooming Hillside. It's been 10 minutes, why haven't you replied to the message? May the 14th, 1750. Yu Ren, Blooming Hillside. So boring, pay attention to me, dagger expression. May the 14th, 1803. The hillside with poppy in full bloom, what on earth have you been doing? There is a fire cloud in the sky, so cute, the more I look at it, the more it looks like your face. May the 14th, 1817. The hillside with poppy in full bloom. Chen Shi, I really want to talk to you, but it's not a big problem, I can still bear it, but I can only bear it for half an hour at most. May the 14th, 1831. The hillside with poppy in full bloom. Well, my mother called me to eat, remember to reply when you see the message smiley expression. If it were Chen Shi in the future, he would definitely get a tingling sensation when he saw the last smiley expression. Fortunately, it is 2009 now, and a smile is a smile, without any other extended meanings. I just got home and saw the message. Chen Shi looked at the time, it was almost 7 o'clock, and he quickly replied to Yu Baiwei. He guessed that Yu Baiwei would definitely wait for a while before replying to him. The WAP version of QQ is not an app in the future, so there is no message reminder function. I had to keep refreshing to see the messages from my friends. In just over 10 seconds, Baiwei sent back 2 smiley faces. Chen Shi, how did you reply so quickly? The hillside of blooming poppies, except for eating, I kept refreshing QQ. Chen Shi, are you a pig? If I didn't reply to you, you must not have gotten home yet. The hillside of blooming poppies, but I was afraid that if I didn't reply to you immediately after you sent a message, you would be unhappy. Chapter 10. Early the next morning, Chen Shi received a call from Baiwei, who asked him coquettishly what his plans were for the day and where he would take her to spend the weekend. Chen Shi muttered, "What arrangements can there be? Just wander around, and when you get tired you can go to the pedestrian street to eat something or something." After thinking about it, he asked for Baiwei's specific address and told her that he would pick her up later. Considering that Ren is a natural idiot, Chen Shi is afraid that she will lose him if he asks her to come find him. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Shi rode his bicycle, whose bell didn't ring but could make noises everywhere, to the address Baiwei gave him. Just as he expected, a first-class wealthy area in Linqiang. It's not a suite, but a villa, which could be worth tens of millions in this era when housing prices had not yet skyrocketed. The parking space in front of the villa was filled with the Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chen Shi had seen a few days ago, which was used to pick up Baiwei every day. It gave off a very oppressive feeling. He sent a message to Baiwei, saying that he had arrived, and soon Baiwei left. Ren has always dressed casually, and today she is wearing a very fresh outfit. Maybe she had just washed her hair, so it was still a little wet. She wore a pure white t-shirt with no logo on the upper body, and a slightly pleated knee-length black skirt on the lower body, and a pair of crystal sandals. Under the scorching sun, the exposed calves are white and slender, like porcelain, and the toes are clearly visible, round and smooth, without any flaws. Pushing their bicycles, the two men left the villa area. Chen Shi rode on first and motioned Baiwei to sit at the back. Baiwei had obviously never ridden a bicycle before. She was very cautious and grabbed the corner of Chen Shi's clothes as soon as she got on the bike. Her delicate oval face turned slightly pale. "Are you seated?" Let's go." Chen Shi accelerated slowly. He could ride a bicycle at the age of 10, so his skills are pretty good. It was very stable all the way. Gradually, Baiwei was no longer afraid, and her phoenix eyes slowly narrowed and turned into 2 crescents. Maybe it was because of Chen Shi, she felt that riding a bicycle and wandering around made her happier than taking her for a ride with her driver. The two walked and stopped along their way, and when they saw a beautiful scenery, they stopped to take pictures with their mobile phones. The advantage of bicycles becomes apparent: you never have to worry about finding a parking space. After shopping until noon, they felt a little hungry, so they went to the pedestrian street along Binjiang Road. There are many vendors pushing carts on the pedestrian street, selling local snacks such as tofu brain, cold noodles, silkworm potatoes, fried stinky tofu. Baiwei got out of the car and ran to buy it. He bought 2 pancakes and handed one to Chen Shi. Chen Shi had been riding his bike for nearly 2 hours and was very hungry. The pancake was not big, so he finished it in 2 bites. Baiwei only ate a small half. Yes. She walked in front of Chen Shi, turned around, bent forward, and put her pancake into Chen Shi's mouth. Chen Shi's eyes widened. Baiwei was too close to him, and in front of him were her delicate and tempting lips and her exquisite and flawless face. As her eyes moved, there was a hint of brightness in her purity that made people think about it. "Chen Shi, why are you in a daze? Look at the road!" Baiwei suddenly shouted. "It's too late." Chen Shi was riding his bicycle when he crashed into a small stall with a bang. There was chaos and firecrackers were lit. The stall owner was a middle-aged woman with a thick waist. She pointed at Chen Shi and cursed, "How do you ride a bike like that? Pay me." After Chen Shi quickly got up from the ground, he said with shame, "Miss, don't get excited, tell me, it's a lot of money." The aunt looked at Chen Shi and could tell at a glance that he was a student who was easy to bully. The lion opened his mouth decisively. 500. Chen Shi is a muggle, how could he have 500? Besides, the damage to the stall was not serious, just some seasonings were spilled, and the actual loss was probably less than $50. "Miss, do you think I'm about 500? The old lady still refused to give in. She grabbed the corner of Chen Shi's clothes and started crying. "2 little kids, they broke my stall and refused to compensate me. Is this fair or just? Big Mom's summoning technique has obviously reached the maximum level. Soon, other small vendors gathered around in groups of 3 or 5, pointing and talking at Chen Shi and Baiwei. Damn, it's simply a vast ocean of people's war. Chen Shi was at a loss for words and decided to give in. He called Brother Zhiliao and asked him to send money over. Brother Zhiliao has the habit of saving money, and he has more than 1,000 yuan in his piggy bank. At this moment, Baiwei, who was beside him, turned her eyes and suddenly shouted in a lark-like voice, "The urban management is here." In response to the stress, the vendors packed up their valuables and ran away, and the woman with a barrel waist also let go of the hand that was holding Chen Shi's collar. Run! It happened so fast. Baiwei grabbed Chen Shi and started running, only then did Chen Shi react. The two men didn't know how long they had been running. The vendor who was shouting and cursing behind them had long disappeared, so they slowed down. Chen Shi leaned against the railing by the river, looking at himself in a dilemma. Baiwei's little face was red, and she was breathing heavily, feeling tired and nervous. This was the first time she lied, even though she had won numerous 3 good students awards and red flowers since she was a child. If their voice just now was from Chen Shi, the old lady probably wouldn't believe it, but Baiwei didn't look like a kid who would lie. The two looked at each other, and it was unclear who started it first, but they both laughed so hard. After finally suppressing his smile, Chen Shi rubbed his aching cheek. "Mr. Yu, you can do that. Who did you learn that voice from?" Baiwei's face was still red, and she said embarrassedly, "I learned from TV." What could Chen Shi say? He could only give a thumbs up and said, "Well done." Baiwei stuck out her tongue. I just can't stand it. That aunt is so mean. She is just blackmailing you. The weather in May is like a baby's face, changing in an instant. The sun was shining brightly just now, but suddenly a dark cloud appeared and blocked the sun. The wind started to blow by the river, and it was chilly. The two had just been running for a while and were covered in sweat. Suddenly, the wind from the river blew, and even with Chen Shi's physique, he couldn't help but shiver. Chen Shi looked at Baiwei and said, "Are you cold? How about we take a taxi back home?" "No." Baiwei shook her head like a rattle. "We just came out, I haven't had enough fun yet. But, it's really a bit cold. I don't mind it because I have thick skin. What if you catch a cold?" "I'm not cold." Baiwei smiled, her eyes sparkling as if stars were shining. "I found that the wind is warm where you are." Since Yu Miren had said so, what else could Chen Shi say? Just continue shopping. I dare not go to the pedestrian street again. As for the broken bicycle whose bell doesn't ring but makes noise everywhere, I will just regard it as compensation for the old lady with a pot-bellied waist. I can sell it for scrap, probably for dozens of dollars, which can almost cover her loss. After thinking about it, Chen Shi gave Baiwei 2 choices, either go to the amusement park or go to the video game arcade to play video games. Baiwei decisively chose the latter. She used to go to the amusement park often when she was a child, but she got tired of it a long time ago. However, she has never been to the video game arcade. If it were the late 1990s or even the early 2000s, Chen Shi wouldn't dare take Baiwei to play video games. At that time, the game halls were a mess and full of all kinds of people. If a beauty like Baiwei went to such a place, there would definitely be trouble. However, in recent years, especially after the 2008 Olympics, the public security environment has obviously improved a lot. The game halls of the old era are gradually being phased out, and are being replaced by video game arcades with better environments and relatively higher costs. In 2009, video game arcades were a hotspot. The investment was large, but the payback was also quick. Get a few dance machines and hire a few JK ladies to perform sexy dances, and the customer flow will be absolutely amazing. It's just that this trend is quite short-lived. In a few years, it will be replaced by more advanced entertainment methods. Half an hour later, Chen Shi took Baiwei to a nearby video game arcade. Naturally, Baiwei received a lot of attention. In fact, there are many young and beautiful ladies in the video game arcade. They all wear makeup and dress hotter than Baiwei. But appearance is afraid of comparison. As soon as Yu Miren entered the scene, she launched a dimensionality reduction attack on all the young ladies in the video game arcade. Fortunately, the customers in the video game arcade are either students or couples, so there are no cases of forced approaching. Chen Shi spent 20 yuan, bought 40 coins, and started playing video games with Baiwei. Baiwei doesn't know anything and needs Chen Shi to teach her from scratch. How to insert coins, how to press buttons, how to distinguish between friend and foe, how to perform cool moves. It might be because Chen Shi taught her well, or more likely because Baiwei had a strong talent for learning, and she soon learned how to play well. After a while, Chen Shi discovered Baiwei has no interest in level-breaking games like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Dino Fight. On the contrary, I have a special feeling for fighting games like King of Fighters, Street Fighter, and Samurai Showdown. Maybe it has something to do with a trait in her personality. After spending some time together, Chen Shi realized that Baiwei was particularly competitive. In fact, most of the academic geniuses have this trait. Some are visible on the outside, some are hidden on the inside. Baiwei's favorite game is King of Fighters 97, which has a very strong sense of hitting. After Chen Shi taught her the basic operations of the three main characters, namely Kyokusanarji, Benimaru, and Goro Daimon, she had a lot of fun playing the game, concentrating on competing with the retarded computer in wits and courage. A genius girl is a genius girl. Even when playing video games, she shows her terrifying talent. It was my first time playing, but I cleared the game with only 3 coins. Looking at the scene on the screen where Kyokusanarji punched Iori Yagami in the back and sealed the Orokai, Baiwei's almond-shaped eyes narrowed into 2 crescents again. She suddenly said, "Chen Shi, shall we play together?" Chen Shi smiled and shook his head. "This is a fighting game, how can we play together, unless we fight each other?" "Then fight each other." Baiwei's bright eyes were filled with eagerness to try. "Phut, how long have you only been learning, how can you possibly beat me?" "Well, give it a try." "Har har, since you're looking for trouble, I'll oblige you." Chen Shi raised his eyebrows, and a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. As a Scorpio, he also has that damn desire to win. What happened next was probably the legendary cruel destruction of a flower. Chapter 11. No matter how talented Baiwei is in learning, she can't beat Chen Shi, the old veteran of King of Boxing, at the beginning. He was simply beaten in various ways. Chen Shi is such a slut. He totally ignored the fact that Baiwei was just a rookie and showed no mercy, focusing on being ruthless. After losing 10 games in a row, Baiwei finally couldn't hold it anymore. Her face looked aggrieved, her rosy lips pursed, and mist clearly appeared in her bright eyes. Her dream of becoming an esports girl, which had just been ignited, was ruthlessly extinguished by Chen Shi. Only then did Chen Shi realize that he had gone a little too far. Angry. "No. I should have let you have 2. I don't want you to give in." Baiwei turned her head away, her little face full of stubbornness. Chen Shi scratched the back of his head. Whether in his past life or this life, he had no experience in coaxing little girls. So, gone. The two of them walked out of the video game arcade, one in front of the other. Chen Shi took a taxi and told the driver the address of Baiwei's home. Neither of them spoke along the way. When we arrived at the destination, we got off the bus one after another. "Go back." Chen Shi waved to Baiwei. Baiwei didn't move, just stood there, looking pretty. "What's the matter?" "Chen Shi, I was a little angry just now, but I'm not angry anymore now." As I was talking, I started to laugh, as if the snow had melted and the ice had disappeared, and the sky was clearing after the rain. "Today, I am very happy, thank you for taking me out to play." Chen Shi smiled and said, "Don't worry, go back." At this time, the sky has turned dark, the midsummer dusk is very much like the innocence of a young girl and the excitement of a young boy. It can't be cut or burned completely. The wind blows so gently that the weeds even go up to the sky. When Chen Shi returned home, he found that Ms. Yuan and old Chen were already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the dining table, with steam rising from it. Apparently the couple did not start eating after they finished cooking, but waited for Chen Shi to come back and eat together. "Dad, Mom." Chen Shi called out to the couple. Yuan Xiangqin waved her hand. "I haven't seen you all day, and I don't know where you went. Go wash your hands and eat." "Yes, sir." Chen Shishio was so amused that he saluted, quickly went to wash his hands, and sat down at the dining table. At this time, Ms. Yuan had already served him the meal and handed him the chopsticks. Since entering the 3rd year of high school, Chen Shi's family status has skyrocketed. A family of 3 eats and chats, creating a warm atmosphere. For families with high school seniors, the conversation will ultimately turn to their grades, especially right after the third exam. While picking up some food for Chen Shi, Ms. Yuan pretended to be casual and asked Chen Shi how he did in the exam. Old Chen was not happy and gave Ms. Yuan a cold look. "Why are you asking? The exams are already over. Besides, you don't know your son's level. It's lucky that he can get into a first-tier university. You can't expect him to get into Tsinghua or Peking University." Ms. Yuan glared at old Chen fiercely, but did not ask Chen Shi any more questions. Chen Shi thought about it and decided to play it safe first. "Mom, I feel like I did okay, maybe a little better than the second visit." After hearing this, Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chen both breathed a sigh of relief. It's better than the second diagnosis, so the first-tier line should be stable. Chen Shi smiled but said nothing, wondering what expressions the couple would have when they saw his actual results tomorrow night. A simple but practical trick: first lower your expectations, then delay gratification, and your happiness will soar. After the weekend comes Monday. Brothers Chen Shi and Li Xingji arrived at school on time. As soon as they stepped into the classroom, the bell for morning self-study rang. The two looked at each other, with a little smugness in their eyes. The happiness of high school students is so simple. During morning self-study, Chen Shi clearly felt that the atmosphere in the class was a bit tense. After all, the third diagnosis results would be released today. Of course Chen Shi was not nervous, instead he felt a little happy. He estimated that he might be able to rank among the top 10 in the grade this time. This result was a huge leap compared to his usual performance. From a little Kara in the Jindan stage, he leaped into a Yuanying giant. Really? During the first Chinese class, the head teacher Huang Liming walked into the classroom with a serious face, holding several thick stacks of test papers. Their high heels stepped on the floor tiles, making a tapping sound. The whole class tensed up immediately. The results were really going to be announced. Huang Liming walked into the classroom with a stern face. She didn't say a word, but looked back and forth in the classroom. Her face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. The hearts of the students in the class were all tightened. "Oh my God, Nun Mi Hu is Nun Mi Hu. Her aura and pressure are really great." Chen Shi muttered to himself. Did Ms. Huang overdo it in today's obedience test, or did the class not do well this time? That doesn't make sense. With him, a Yuanying giant who has successfully broken through, to support her, and with the key class producing one of the top 10 students in the grade, shouldn't Ms. Huang be in a good mood? Even Chen Shi felt depressed, let alone brother Zhiliao. His butt kept twisting on the bench and his face was visibly pale. He was afraid that he would not do well in the exam and would be called on by Master Huang later. The strange silence lasted for about 10 seconds, and Huang Liming finally spoke. "Let me first talk about the overall situation of this exam. Our class generally performed better than in the second test. Some students even got much better results than usual. I can't believe how good they were. But there were also some students who performed extremely poorly, comparable to a Waterloo. I won't name them. A loud drum doesn't need a heavy hammer. After the results are announced later, everyone can check their own results. After the other 3 exams, it will be the final sprint stage. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. During this final period, everyone must not relax, get a good score in the college entrance examination, to live up to your parents, and even more so, to live up to yourselves." As usual, after some pressure education, Huang Liming began to distribute the test papers. She teaches Chinese, so she started with the Chinese test paper first, and arranged the students in order of scores from high to low, and then went up to the podium to receive their test papers one by one. This process allows high-scoring players to enjoy the honor and low-scoring players to feel the encouragement. Zhu Rui 131, Sun Qian 125, Liu Wenwen 121, Jiang Churan 118. Li Xingji 114. Chen Shi 101. Ms. Huang's tone was calm but emotionless. She was basically just a machine reciting sentences. The student who performed best in Chinese in the class was Zhu Rui, who scored over 130, which is absolutely top level. In fact, it can be seen from the way he speaks and acts that many people in Zhu Rui's family are civil servants, which can be regarded as a scholarly family in a small county. Influenced by his family, Zhu Rui is also well read. At such a young age, he started to read The 15th Year of Wanli, a big book that even Gao Yuliang couldn't understand. No matter if it's to show off or whether they can understand it or not, they really watch it. Just talking about this, Chen Shi still admires this guy very much. Most high school students pretend to be cool by reading a few books such as Yilan and Reader, but Zhu Rui dared to read The 15th Year of Wanli. What kind of pretentious spirit is this? Knowing that he had ranked first in the class in Chinese, Zhu Rui immediately raised his head and chest, wishing he could turn on the screen. He even turned his head and glanced at Chen Shi provocatively. He also noticed that Chen Shi had been studying hard recently. At first, he was worried that if Chen Shi's grades improved dramatically and surpassed him as the executive monitor, wouldn't he be very embarrassed? Now that I know Chen Shi's grades haven't improved at all, at least in Chinese, I can finally put my mind at ease. This is the case with Chinese, and I think it's the same for other subjects. Xiao Chen, you can't do it either. Brother Zhiliao also rolled his eyes. The people who pretended to be good with him a few days ago, he thought Xiao Chen had enlightened in Longcharn. The result, that's it. Chen Shi felt Zhu Rui's contentious look and also saw Zhiliao's contentious eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. This is a rhythm of first depression and then rise. Should he twist his mouth and say something like, "The 3-year period has come to an end. Will the Dragon King return to his throne?" There is basically no possibility of bursting into fame in the subject of Chinese. The results were within expectations and did not cause any stir in the class. Zhu Rui was somewhat unhappy he got first place in the class. Where are the flowers and applause? The same goes for Teacher Huang. Why don't you give him a few special compliments? After the Chinese test papers were distributed, the math test papers began to be distributed. As usual, people go on stage according to their performance, from highest to lowest. The students in the class were a little nervous. Among the college entrance examination subjects, mathematics has the greatest volatility. After all, a large question can easily cost more than 10 or 20 points. Often, whether or not a task can be accomplished depends on a flash of inspiration at the critical moment, which is a great test of students' psychological qualities. Chen Shi 150, Sun Qian 131. Li Xingji 123. Jiang Churan 114. Liu Wenwen 109. Zhu Rui 104. The overall difficulty of the third diagnosis examination is relatively low. But math is still difficult. Even Sun Qian only scored 131. It seems that the math test is really difficult this time. The classmate next to him whispered. Chen Shi, 150. When Chen Shi's name was called, Wang Liming looked up at Chen Shi. The classmates in the class couldn't help but gasp. Chen Shi actually got full marks. Chapter 12. And besides him, the highest score in the class is only 131? Especially Zhu Rui, his eyes almost popped out. Chen Shi is usually good at math, but not so good that he can get full marks. What made Zhu Rui even more upset was that he suffered a Waterloo. I usually score 120 plus in math, but this time I only got around 100 points. Li Xingji was also shocked. Is Xiao Chen so awesome? I left him behind by almost 30 points in just one subject, so there's a chance that I won't be able to beat him in the exam this time. I believe everyone can see that Chen Shi has been studying very hard during this period. His efforts have not been in vain. In the third exam, he got the only full score in mathematics in the whole school. After handing out the math test papers, Wang Limin specifically praised Chen Shi and led the applause. No one in the first 2 experimental classes got full marks in mathematics. Class 6, a key class, produced a student who scored full marks. She is also very proud as the class teacher. There was thunderous applause. Many people looked at Chen Shi, their eyes full of envy and admiration. If Chen Shi's score was over 130, perhaps some people would be jealous, but since he was the only one in the school who got full marks, there was no right for him to even be jealous. Jiang Churan was also looking at Chen Shi with a complicated look in his eyes. Her math grades are pretty good, and she usually scores 120 plus every time, but this time she only scored over 110. She originally thought that Chen Shi's so-called hard work during this period was just a show for her. It turns out that he really worked hard, otherwise how could he have gotten full marks in math? However, her mentality was greatly affected after Chen Shi ignored her, and she scored nearly 10 points less in math. Could it be, I am really unimportant in his eyes? When he thought of this, Jiang Churan felt indescribable discomfort in his heart. After the math test papers were distributed, it was the turn of the comprehensive science test. Ms. Huang is still a ruthless scoring machine. Students whose results have been read out, please go up to the stage and take your test papers. Sun Qian 276, Chen Shi 274. Jiang Churan 251, Li Xingji 248. Zhu Rui 187. The classmates in the class couldn't help but talk about it. The subject of discussion was not Sun Qian, the class leader who could get into a 985 level university with her eyes closed, but Chen Shi, who used to be ranked only in the top 10 in the class. Chen Shi's score in comprehensive science was not as explosive as that in mathematics. He was the only one in the school to get full marks. Yet he did very well in the exam, only 2 points less than Sun Qian, and nearly 20 points more than usual. Sun Qian, who had been ranked first in class 6 since entering the school, couldn't help but push up her glasses. She scored 23 points more than Chen Shi in Chinese, 19 points less than Chen Shi in math, and 2 points more than Chen Shi in comprehensive science. Excluding English, she only scored 6 points higher than Chen Shi. English is not Sun Qian's strong point, and she only scores a little over 100 points each time. This is also a common problem among top students in key classes, who often have a weak spot in one subject. It can get into a 985 university, but it is not up to the level of the top 5 universities in China, let alone Peking University and Tsinghua University. Well, if Chen Shi scores 6 points higher than me in English, doesn't that mean he is the top student in the class in this exam? Sun Qian felt a little uncomfortable. Throughout her 3 years of high school, she had never ranked second in the class, but now she failed the last test before the college entrance examination. My mentality is a little bit exploded. It shouldn't be that bad. Chen Shi's English is about the same as mine, or even worse than mine. Sun Qian comforted herself, but her premonition became worse and worse. Even Sun Qian, the top student in class 6, felt the pressure from Chen Shi, not to mention Li Xingji and Zhu Rui. Li Xingji had given up and started to prepare himself mentally, ready to call Chen Shi his adoptive father. In Chinese, mathematics and comprehensive science, Chen Shi had scored 40 points more than him. It is impossible to reverse the situation by relying on English alone. It's not bad. Xiao Chen's total score this time is only about 20 points higher than mine, barely, still on the same level. I am worried that my brothers are having a hard life, and I am also worried that my brothers are driving a Land Rover. This is almost the mentality that brother Zhilia has now. As for Zhu Rui, he was in complete despair. Not even counting English, Chen Shi already scored 101 points higher than him. Such a big gap. Chen Shi's progress is one thing, but more importantly, he failed the exam. Except for Chinese, which is still at a standard level, mathematics and comprehensive science are both poor. The reason is, Chen Shi ignored Jiang Churan, and Jiang Churan's mood was greatly affected. She basically took out her anger on him. This made Zhu Rui anxious and worried, and it soon reflected in his grades. How good can the psychological quality of high school students be? Any emotional fluctuations will affect your test state. Finally, English. Huang Lemin continued to read out the scores from high to low. Whoever's name is called will go up to the stage to receive the test paper. Chapter 13. Liu Wenwen 137, Jiang Churan 135. Chen. Huang Liming paused slightly, like a machine that had forgotten to add lubricant. She already knew that Chen Shi ranked third in the class in English. However, it was the first time that Chen Shi's name was called out so early in the English subject, which still made Ms. Huang feel uncomfortable. Chen Shi, 133. As Huang Lemin read out Chen Shi's English scores in full, the class was silent at first, and then after 3 or 5 seconds, there was an uproar. The shock caused exceeded Chen Shi's previous full score in mathematics and second place in comprehensive science. Chen Shi has always been good at mathematics and comprehensive science. His performance in this exam was above average, but still within everyone's acceptable range. Just think of it as eating dumplings during the Chinese New Year. But this guy got 134 in English. Normally, I'm just a passing player. What is unbelievable? This is unbelievable. Brush. Everyone in the class looked at Chen Shi, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. After the unbelievable thing happened, I felt it was so terrifying. After a rough calculation, Chen Shi's total score exceeded 650. I scored 70 or 80 points more than my previous level of barely making it to the first-tier university. What is the concept? Except for Peking University and Tsinghua University, you can choose any 985 university. While going up to the podium to receive the test paper, Chen Shi felt the envious gazes of his classmates. To be honest, it feels great. After achieving success in his previous life, he was envied and praised by many people. However, those guys were all extremely utilitarian, far from the purity he felt at the moment. High school students don't have the complexities of adults. The most important, or even the only, indicator of whether a person is excellent or not is his or her grades. Things like family background can attract attention, but they cannot convince high school students. Even some rich second generations who entered school through backdoor channels are still discriminated against because of their poor academic performance. After handing out the English test papers, Wang Limin praised Chen Shi again and gave the whole class some chicken soup. Student Chen Shi, your total score in this exam is 658, ranking first in the key class and 7th in the grade. This proves that as long as you work hard, it's never too late. Let us once again applaud Chen Shi for his excellent results. The applause was thunderous again. There is no doubt that Chen Shi at this time is the most handsome boy in the class. It shouldn't be like this. It doesn't make sense. How can Chen Shi be so powerful? How dare he be so powerful? Zhu Rui maintained his last bit of stubbornness and was the only one in the class who did not applaud. His expression twitched, and it seemed like a chemical reaction was taking place in his mind. Methanol and carbon monoxide produced a lot of acetic acid under the action of the catalyst. Jiang Churan's expression was also quite complicated. In her perspective, Chen Shi at this moment was actually radiant. Li Xingji also had a dull expression, and he looked at Chen Shi as if he was looking at a stranger. Chen Shi couldn't help laughing. Brother Zhiliao, what's with that look in your eyes? Xiao Chen, you actually scored 650. Correction, it's 658. Zhao. Are you jealous? It's quite jealous, Xiao Chen. With your score, you can get into any of the other 985 universities except Peking University and Tsinghua University. That's really awesome. Do you have a favorite school? I think Zhejiang University is good, and Fudan University is also okay. Li Xingji was somewhat disgusted with his brother driving a Land Rover, but mostly he was happy for Chen Shi. What Zhejiang University and Fudan University, Brother Zhiliao, your vision is too narrow. Why, do you still want to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? Brother Zhiliao was thinking. If Chen Shi's score could be increased by a dozen points, he would be able to reach the threshold of Peking University and Tsinghua University. However, Xiao Chen's math and comprehensive science scores have definitely reached the top, and there is not much room for improvement in English. The only subject that can be improved is Chinese. Chinese requires daily accumulation, and now there is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. How can I possibly improve my level? I haven't thought about going to Peking University or Tsinghua University. It's too far from home, and we Sichuanese can't get used to the northern food. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows when he said this. But whether I go to Peking University or Tsinghua University is different from whether I can pass the entrance exam. My goal is to be the man that Peking University and Tsinghua University dream about but cannot get. Brother Zhiliao thinks that the smell of Xiao Chen is getting more and more pungent. What should I do? I really want to hit him. Chapter 14. The admission score for the college entrance examination varies every year depending on the difficulty of the test paper. Simply using scores to select which schools students can attend is neither rigorous nor scientific. What is truly convincing is the ranking of grades. For example, in Linqiang No. 1 Middle School, there are about 4 or 5 students who can be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University every year, but only 2 or 3 can actually go there. Chen Shi ranked 7th in his grade, which was still 10 points short of the transfer line to Peking University and Tsinghua University. In Li Xingji's opinion, these 10 points cannot be earned no matter how hard he tries. However, Chen Shi was confident when it came to the college entrance examination essay. He has had poor writing skills since he was young, and his scores for composition are always around 30 in exams. Now he already knows the topic of the college entrance examination essay, and he can get an extra 20 points if he doesn't write it casually. It is really possible to go to Peking University and Tsinghua University. That's right, these 2 top domestic universities are not very suitable for his future life plans. To put it bluntly, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He was able to get into Peking University and Tsinghua University by just barely getting in, and could only accept a major adjustment, and he would still be a poor student even if he got in. But if he goes to Sichuan University, he will be in great demand. It will be easier for him to establish good relationships with school leaders, making it convenient for him to start a business with the help of the resources of this top 1985 university in southwest China. Chen Shi has also made a preliminary plan for what to do specifically and is waiting to officially start it after entering university. Not long after Huang Liming distributed the test papers for each subject, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Chen Shi, come to my office. Other students, get out of class is over. Ms. Huang finished speaking and left the classroom. Chen Shi also stood up and followed Huang Liming under the gaze of his classmates. Chen Shi had expected that Ms. Huang would specifically seek him out for a talk. In this exam, he scored 70 or 80 points more than usual. From just above the first-tier line, he leaped into the sky and was admitted to any of the 985 universities except Peking University and Tsinghua University. This must have shocked all the teachers. If it was just an ordinary monthly exam, someone would definitely suspect Chen Shi of cheating. Fortunately, this is the third test of the college entrance examination, and the invigilation level is benchmarked against it, so there is no possibility of cheating. Ms. Huang went to talk to Chen Shi. Actually, she wanted to ask him if he had any amazing study methods. After a few words of small talk, Ms. Huang got straight to the point. Teacher Huang, that's really not the case. Chen Shi smiled and shook his head. The reason why he was able to achieve such a big improvement in his grades was because of the little benefit that came from the superposition of souls after his rebirth. No one else can learn this. That's true. There is no study method that can improve grades so much in a short period of time. Huang Liming wondered what had gone wrong for her. Chen Shi's grades have improved so much, there is only one possibility: this kid suddenly got it. This situation is rare, but she has encountered it several times in her teaching career of more than 10 or 20 years, but none of them had such a big improvement as Chen Shi's. After chatting for a while, Huang Liming told the second reason for talking to Chen Shi. Chen Shi, in 2 days, there will be a mobilization meeting for the final 30 days of the college entrance examination countdown. The school has decided to use you as an example and let you go on stage to say a few words to boost morale. Chen Shi was stunned at first. Let him go on stage and give a speech to boost morale. Isn't this the job of those genius students in the experimental class? On second thought, I couldn't help but smile. He ranked 7th in the grade this time. I turned out to be the academic genius. To be honest, he didn't want to be in the spotlight. What's the point of going on stage and giving orders if it doesn't bring any substantial benefits? Chapter 15. Whether in his past life or this life, Chen Shi is a utilitarian. Teacher Huang, can I not go? Huang Liming was stunned at first, then suddenly realized. You are usually fearless, so why are you so shy when you are asked to speak on stage? It's okay, just share your learning experience and say a few words to encourage morale. Chen Shi was also stunned. He was just bragging to a bunch of students, why should he be shy? Teacher Huang, I'm not shy, but this doesn't bring any positive benefits to me. If I have that much time, why don't I do 2 more questions? Ms. Huang really didn't expect that Chen Shi would have this idea. Shouldn't he feel honored to be able to speak on stage, give advice, write passionately, and become a celebrity in the school? She frowned, organized her words, and wanted to use words like class honor to persuade Chen Shi to change his mind. It was an honor for Chen Shi that she was able to speak at the mobilization meeting, and it was also a glory for class 3-6. Before he could finish his words, Chen Shi continued. Teacher Huang, how about we give this opportunity to Zhu Rui? He has the strongest sense of class honor, unlike me, who has no sense of collectivism at all. Now that Chen Shi has said this, what else can Ms. Huang say? But it was the principal himself who made the decision to let Chen Shi speak at the mobilization meeting. She can't even handle the students she has taught for 3 years, which will make other teachers laugh. You kid. Huang Liming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After thinking about it, she came up with an idea. How about this, you promise the teacher to go on stage and give a speech. I'll go back and find teacher Sun from class 1 and ask her to stop making a fuss about you and you Baiwei. We're just having lunch together at noon, it's no big deal. Well, that's fine, Mr. Huang, I'm going back to the classroom. Chen Shi said this and turned to leave the office. It looked like he was afraid that Wang Liming would go back on her word. Why do I feel like I've been tricked by this kid? Wang Liming frowned at first, then smiled and shook her head. What a joke, she is a middle-aged woman in her 40s, how could she be schemed against by a high school student? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. How could this kid have guessed that he would use teacher's son from class 1 as a bargaining chip to get him to go on stage and speak? I knew that Miss Wang would use this as a bargaining chip to get me to speak on stage. Chen Shi quickly walked out of the office and silently gave himself several thumbs up for his cleverness. Actually, Mr. Sun, the head teacher of class 1, had too much to do and didn't care about breaking up the couple. I'm afraid it will cause some unnecessary impact on you, Baiwei. Therefore, the best solution to this matter is to let Ms. Wang take action to deal with teacher's son in class 1. Walking into the classroom, Chen Shi still received a lot of attention. It can be predicted that for some time to come, Chen Shi will be the most handsome guy in the class. Brother Zhiliao, where is my test paper? After Chen Shi returned to his seat, he was puzzled to find that all his test papers, except for Chinese, were missing. Li Xingji muttered, it was taken by other students. They all wanted to see how you did so well in the exam. Chen Shi said, oh, and didn't take it to heart anymore. Chapter 16. They are just a few test papers, not some secret manual of magical skills that cannot be passed on to anyone. Just take a look at them, it won't cost you much. After finishing a day's classes, when it was almost time for evening self-study, Chen Shi's English test paper and comprehensive science test paper finally returned to him after several twists and turns, but the math test paper was nowhere to be found. After asking, Chen Shi found out that his math test paper was with Jiang Churan. Why did she take my test paper? Chen Shi frowned, thought for a while, then stood up and walked to Jiang Churan's seat and asked her to return the test paper to him. After I get home, I have to show it to Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chen. Otherwise, without any evidence, how can the couple believe that he scored more than 650 points in the third examination? Jiang Churan took out Chen Shi's test paper and asked, Chen Shi, I've read your answer to the last question several times, but I still don't quite understand it. Can you explain it to me? She looked at Chen Shi eagerly, her bright eyes full of expectation and hope. This. Chen Shi hesitated for a moment and chose to refuse. The teacher will definitely explain it in math class tomorrow. You just need to listen carefully. I can do this problem, but I really don't know how to explain it to you. All right. Jiang Churan's pupils dimmed noticeably, and even became misty. If it were the old Chen Shi, he would never treat her like this. He was even unwilling to explain a single question to her. Could it be that I have really become something disgusting in his eyes? Congratulations, you did so well on the test. This time I'll give you the test paper back. After Jiang Churan handed the test paper to Chen Shi, she immediately turned her head away, obviously not wanting Chen Shi to see her out of control expression. After Chen Shi returned to his seat, he let out a breath. In fact, he could see clearly all the micro-expressions on Jiang Churan's face just now. It's really hard to imagine that Jiang Churan would feel wronged and uncomfortable because of him. She is so proud. Shaking his head, Chen Shi felt some inappropriate fluctuations in his heart. 18-year-old Chen Shi likes Jiang Churan. Although 36-year-old Chen Shi doesn't understand why, he just likes her and there is no reason to explain. At this moment, the two souls that Chen Shi had superimposed on each other actually had a disagreement. So Lao Chen began to persuade Xiao Chen. It went quite well. Whether in his past life or this life, Chen Shi is a rational person. Rereading a book may give you different insights, but it will not lead to a new ending. After evening self-study, Chen Shi and Li Xingji went home together. On the way, Li Xingji asked why Ms. Wang asked him to go to the office just now. Chen Shi then told Li Xingji that he would be speaking on behalf of the entire senior year class at the mobilization meeting. Oh my god, Xiao Chen, you are going to be famous. After listening to this, Brother Zhiliao was envious again. In the past, at every grade summary meeting after the exams, he and Xiao Chen could only stand silently below, watching the academic gods above give advice and make passionate speeches, and honestly played the roles of Passerby Li and Mas Chen. Now Passerby Li is still Passerby Li, but Mas Chen has quietly separated from the masses. So what did Jiang Churan say to you when you went to get the math test paper just now? She asked me to explain the problem to her. Then what? What happened next? I refused. Xiao Chen, that's not the case. We're just discussing a topic. If you can't be lovers, you can still be friends. If I remember correctly, Jiang Churan's mother has a very good relationship with Aunt Yuan. You and Jiang Churan can be considered childhood sweethearts. After hearing what brother Zhilia said, Chen Shi felt a little annoyed. 18-year-old Chen Shi began to get restless again. He only remembers to eat but not to be beaten, a 24K idiot. Chen Shi cursed under his breath. Chapter 17. After returning home, Chen Shi clearly felt that there was something different in the way his parents looked at him. How to describe it? 7 parts of concern and 3 parts of scrutiny. Little one, are you hungry? Yuan Xiangqin jumped up from the sofa. Chen Zhongwo pretended to read the newspaper. Old Chen is the same. He can't even pretend. He even holds the newspaper upside down and still reads it with relish. Chen Shi couldn't help laughing. Okay, you two, you just want to ask me how I did on the exam. The test papers are in my school bag, take them and have a look. The couple stopped pretending and quickly took the school bag and took out the test paper from it. This is a typical Chinese family with high school students. Take Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chen for example. The couple actually cares more about the results of each exam than Chen Shi himself. Chinese 101, Chen Shi, your test result is very average, not even as good as the second test. Old Chen muttered as he watched, and Ms. Yuan also frowned. However, when they saw the math test paper, the couple's eyes widened. Old Chen was shocked first. Full marks in math. Am I seeing that? Ms. Yuan couldn't believe it either, so she pinched Lao Chen decisively, causing him to grimace in pain and hiss. Yuan Xiangqin looked at Chen Shi and said, "Is this not a dream, my dear? Did you really get full marks in math?" Chen Shi smiled and said nothing. The couple continued to look at Chen Shi's comprehensive science and English test papers. Comprehensive science score 274. English 133. The couple's micro-expressions changed several times in a short period of time. From disbelief, to reluctant acceptance, to unconcealed excitement. Chen Zhongwo took out his cell phone, opened the calculator, quickly calculated Chen Shi's total score, and showed it to Yuan Xiangqin. 658 points. My God, you did so well in the exam, little one. Ms. Yuan's voice was trembling with excitement. Chen Shi's usual grades were just barely above the first-tier line. Therefore, the couple did not have any unrealistic expectations of Chen Shi. I just hope he can perform consistently in the college entrance examination and not fall back to a second-tier university. Chen Shixian's achievement at this point obviously far exceeded the couple's expectations. Ms. Yuan looked at Chen Zhongwo and stammered. Hubby, last year Peking University was in Sichuan, what was the transfer line? Lao Chen scratched his head and said uncertainly, it seems to be 656. Ms. Yuan was so excited that she almost cried. My dear, you can go to Peking University. Old Chen was also very excited. Is this smoke coming out of our Chen family's ancestral grave? This scene made Chen Shi laugh and cry. Chapter 18. After the couple's emotions had calmed down a little, he began to pour cold water on them. Dad, Mom. First of all, the overall difficulty of this third-round exam is relatively low, so my score is not as good as last year's college entrance examination score, and I probably won't be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Secondly, even if he is lucky enough to get in, he will have to accept the major adjustment. The admission score of Peking University's archaeology department is low, but you two don't want your son to carry a shovel and dig up the dead in the mountains and seas after graduation, right? After hearing Chen Shi's analysis, the couple finally calmed down. It is indeed not that easy to get into Peking University and Tsinghua University. Linqiong is a populous county in Sichuan. There are 5,000 to 6,000 candidates every year, but only 2 or 3 of them can actually get into Peking University and Tsinghua University. The couple was calm now, but they still couldn't hide their pride. Old Chen lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said to Yuan Xiangqin, "Hey, Lao Zhang from our factory was bragging to me this afternoon, saying that his daughter, who is in the experimental class of number 2 middle school, scored over 610 in the third diagnostic test, ranking third in the grade. Compared with our Chen Shi, his daughter is no match. See how I'll get back at him tomorrow." Yuan Xiangqin rolled her eyes at him and said, "Go away, your son's grades are not something to show off." Don't bring them up with Lao Zhang tomorrow. Lao Zhang has a bad heart, don't make him angry. After saying that, she gently kicked Chen Zhongwo and told him to quickly heat up some Tremella fusiformis porridge for Chen Shi and not to let her precious child starve. Old Chen chuckled and went to the kitchen to work happily. Chen Shi packed up the papers and returned to the bedroom. After Yuan Xiangqin was sure that the father and son couldn't hear her, she happily took out her phone. Sister son. Oh, it's okay, I just missed you. I've been busy taking care of my son Chen Shi recently. The college entrance examination is coming soon. What? Asking me how much my Chen Shi scored in the third exam. Hey, this kid has made some progress. He scored over 650 points. After finishing the first call, Ms. Yuan was obviously still unsatisfied and made a second call. Hey, Lily, how did your Ranran do in the exam? Over 580. She's slipping a bit. You can ask Chen Shi, he did quite well, with a total score of over 650. Lily, please don't scold Ranran, I'll ask Chen Shi to come to your house this weekend to help your Ranran with math lessons. Our Chen Shi got full marks in math. Well, the pretense of middle-aged people is just so plain and boring. Usually after a major exam, teachers will spend 2 to 3 days reviewing the test paper. This time is no exception, and it is even explained in extra detail. After all, it is the last unified test before the college entrance examination. The detailed explanations will make it convenient for students to fill in the gaps and seize the last time to sprint. After the teachers finished explaining the test papers, we entered into an intensive review rhythm. Days like this are fulfilling yet boring. Since May, the Sichuan Basin has become increasingly humid and hot. Even the wind feels sticky, making people feel inexplicably depressed. Chen Shi's attitude is quite good. Generally speaking, one cannot have both youth and the feeling of youth. He is the only lucky one. An 18-year-old body and a 36-year-old soul are undergoing a wonderful coupling in this hot summer. Saturday quickly arrived, and the final mobilization meeting for the senior class of Linqiang No. 1 Middle School was held this afternoon. The main leaders of No. 1 Middle School, including the principal and 3 vice principals, will all be present, which shows the importance the school attaches to this mobilization meeting. Of course, it is important, but it is also really disgusting. According to the custom of No. 1 Middle School, there are usually no classes on Saturday afternoons, and students will be on holiday directly after the 5 classes in the morning. However, the school held the mobilization meeting on Saturday afternoon, which took up the limited rest time of the senior students and made them have 2 more classes. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the school's loudspeaker began to announce that about 1,000 senior students, cursing the school leaders for being idle, went downstairs to gather. Chapter 19. They lined up according to class: 2 experimental classes, 6 key classes, 6 ordinary classes, and 6 liberal arts classes, a total of 20 square formations, a large black mass. The first person to take the stage to speak was Dao Yang, principal of No. 1 Middle School, followed by Su Jianming, vice principal in charge of the senior year. The content is nothing more than: classmates, today, we are holding a mobilization meeting, mainly. Chen Shi's ears were almost calloused from hearing such talk. He even wondered if school leaders across the country were using the same template. Why don't you learn from the chairman? The scene of thriving vitality and everything competing for development is still before our eyes. How cultured. After the school leaders finished their speeches, it was the turn of the student representatives to come on stage and organize everyone to take the oath. The person who went on stage was a boy from class 1. He scored over 680 in the third examination, ranking second in the school. The first one is of course the academic genius girl Baiwei, the only one in the school who scored above 700 points. She should have been on stage, but she suffered from severe social anxiety. Classmates, after 12 years of studying and 3 years of hard work, there are only 30 days left, and that is the college entrance examination that will determine your fate. Since you have determined that you are heading for a farther place, don't retract your wings. Youth is fearless, pursue your dreams and rise high, break through the darkness, and you will see the dawn. The student representative reads a sentence, and the students below follow suit. Chen Shi's mouth moved but no sound came out. He was complaining in his heart who wrote this oath. It's so fucking awkward. However, as the oath progressed, Chen Shi discovered that many people were deeply moved. For example, Li Xingji, who was standing next to him, actually had tears in his eyes. It's certainly pretentious, but that's youth. As I said before, except for the lucky man Chen Shi, no one can have both youth and the feeling of youth at the same time. Finally, the oath was over and the class was supposed to be dismissed, but the head teacher came up to the stage again. After a lot of babble, he said with a smile, "In this exam, Chen Shi from class 6 of senior grade 3 performed very well, and his score increased by nearly 80 points compared to the second diagnosis. Now, we would like to invite Chen Shi to come up to the stage and share his learning experience." After saying that, he led the applause. Only a few students responded. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon now, the sun is still shining, and everyone is feeling irritable. Who the hell wants to listen to this guy named Chen sharing his learning experience? Especially the two groups from the experimental class, their faces were full of impatience. A guy from a key class got a high score by chance. Is it necessary to listen to him share his experience? In the eerie silence, a slender figure clapped vigorously. Her oval face was rosy and her almond-shaped eyes were slightly narrowed, just like two petals of peach blossoms. Among the two groups of experimental classes, the only person who applauded was Baiwei. Chen Shi walked quickly to the podium, picked up the microphone, and spoke softly. "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Shi from class 6 of senior grade 3. At this moment, the sun is shining and the wind is gentle. There were thousands of people gathered below, and no one wanted to hear what he had to say. Except for a bright-looking girl with a rosy oval face, clapping until her palms turned red. The fact that she could listen to Chen Shi speak was enough to make her happy." Chapter 20. With so many school leaders watching, Chen Shi's speech certainly couldn't be meaningful, and it was mostly just cliches. Except for Baiwei, all the other students felt annoyed by what they heard. Several school leaders, especially the principal of number 1 middle school, Bai Yueguang, listened with great interest. This student's speech was very organized and he was not at all stage frightened. He did not seem like a student at all, but a successful alumnus who had achieved success and donated a large sum of money to the school. There is another key. Chen Shi actually spoke without a script, yet he was able to speak so fluently and smoothly. Principal Dao even knew he couldn't achieve this level of skill. People of different ages and classes see the same thing differently. In the students' eyes, Chen Shi's speech was nothing more than an old woman's foot binding smelly and long. What leaders like Principal Dao saw was Chen Shi's calmness and magnanimity. Many so-called top students cannot express themselves clearly even when holding a manuscript. Once they really enter society, those who can accomplish great things are often people like Chen Shi who are naturally not afraid of the stage. Besides, Chen Shi's grades are not bad either. He ranked 7th in the grade in the third examination, and is not far from being admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Director Qian, has the list of our school's provincial 3 good students been finalized? Dao Yong asked the grade director next to him. During this period of time in 2009, there were many extra points items in the college entrance examination, and being a provincial 3 good student was one of them, which could add 10 points. Principal, it's confirmed. There are 3 in total. Director Qian said as he read out the list. Dao Yong pondered for a moment and ordered, "Zhu Rui, cross out this student and replace him with Chen Shi." At this time, Chen Shi, of course, didn't know that just by bragging to a bunch of students, he would be appreciated by the principal, be included in the list of the province's 3 good students, and have a full 10-point head mover advantage in the college entrance examination, and the person he replaced was the unfortunate Zhu Rui. Chen Shi didn't dare speak for too long. In fact, he had only been speaking for 5 minutes when many students in the audience were already telling him, "I bought a watch last year." He made a decisive summary, ended the performance perfectly, bowed, and walked off the stage. Chen Shi completed the task assigned by Ms. Wang, and Ms. Wang did not break her promise. While he was still speaking on the stage, Huang Liming went to the side of Class 1's head teacher, Sun Mai. After Chen Shi stepped down, Huang Liming said with a smile, "Teacher Sun, actually, this pig named Chen Shi in our class is quite handsome, right?" Sun Mai frowned, and the subtext was obvious. She wanted to ask Huang Liming what she meant. As teachers, we shouldn't make a fuss about some things. Look at this third exam. Baiwei's score didn't drop. She even did better than the second exam. She went from 7th in Rongqing to 3rd in Rongqing. In this case, there's no need to bring up those groundless things. If it were before, Huang Liming would definitely not dare to say this. How dare Chen Shi, an ordinary guy who just got through the first tier line, have a scandal with a group of top students who are sure to get into Peking University and Tsinghua University. No matter whether the story is true or not, as long as Sun Mai goes to find the school leaders will take precautions and let Chen Shi go home to review. It's different now. Chen Shi's third diagnosis results are Huang Liming's greatest confidence. The cabbage in your class is a candidate for Peking University and Tsinghua University, and the pig in our class is not much different. After thinking for a moment, Sun Mai nodded, agreeing with Huang Liming's statement. After the mobilization meeting, the senior class dispersed on the spot and went back to their homes and mothers. As usual, on Saturday afternoons, brothers Chen Shi and Li Xingji would go to the video game arcade to play video games for a while, which was the only diversion from the boring life in senior high school. Today is no exception. What's different from usual is that Baiwei was brought along this time. After the genius girl entered the arcade, her oval face became cold and gloomy. She pulled Chen Shi and went straight to the King of Fighters 97 machine. Chen Shi was quite surprised. You still want to PK with me? Baiwei nodded vigorously. Chen Shi couldn't help laughing. She really has a strong desire to win. I had to satisfy her. Considering that he had been ruthless last time and almost broke Maren's mentality, this time Chen Shi decisively chose to let her win, allowing Baiwei to beat him several times. But Baiwei was unhappy and pouted. Chen Shi, can you please not let me? Seriously? Yeah. What else could Chen Shi do? He could only use all his strength and beat Baiwei decisively and efficiently with a score of 10-0. His favorite character is Goro Daimon, while Baiwei prefers Chizuru Kagura. During the process, no one knew how many stormy mountains he had cast at Kagura, causing Chizuru Kagura to scream, continuously. However, Chen Shi also clearly felt that Baiwei had made a lot of progress compared to last time. Although it was still impossible to beat this old King of Fighters player, he was no longer completely powerless. After playing 10 games, Baiwei stopped playing and took out a notebook from her school bag and kept writing and drawing on it. Chen Shi was stunned. What are you doing? Baiwei wrote as she spoke, take notes, find out the reasons for your failure, and summarize your attack habits. Chen Shi. School was dismissed late today, so the three of them didn't dare to play in the video game arcade for too long, and came out around 6:30. Chapter 21. At this time, dusk had just begun to invade the earth. The wind blew gently, carrying some stickiness, and a few beautiful clouds quietly opened up on the horizon. Chen Shi, which school do you plan to apply for in the college entrance examination? Before parting, Baiwei asked Chen Shi this question out of the blue. As for me, I'm most likely going to Sichuan University's School of Economics. What about you, Peking University or Tsinghua University, or going abroad? Chen Shi answered and asked a question in return. According to the trajectory of her previous life, after Baiwei ranked 8th in the province in the college entrance examination, she did not go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, but chose to go abroad. Chen Shi didn't know which specific country or school it was. In his previous life, he had only heard of Baiwei. Mom wants me to go to Imperial College, but... Baiwei pondered for a while, but said nothing. At this moment, a taxi just drove by, and Chen Shi raised his hand to stop it for her. Baiwei waved goodbye to Chen Shi. After watching her get into the car, Chen Shi let out a breath. Li Xingji was worried. Xiao Chen, judging from the situation, after Miren takes the college entrance examination, she will most likely go abroad. Can you two really make it? Chen Shi rolled his eyes. What success or failure? I don't know what you are talking about. Haven't Baiwei and I always been friends? Brother Zhilia curled his lips. TSK, just pretend. I don't believe you have no feelings for Miren at all. Chen Shi smiled and said nothing more. Does a princess like Baiwei, who lives in a castle and owns the whole world, really need him? After returning home, Yuan Xiangqin found Chen Shi and said that the Dragon Boat Festival was coming soon. She made some rice dumplings and asked him to send them to Aunt Liu Li. Mom, can I not go? Chen Shi had a bitter face. It's not that he is unwilling to run errands for Ms. Yuan, but the Aunt Liu Li mentioned by Ms. Yuan is Jiang Churan's mother. As for Jiang Churan, Chen Shi's attitude is to avoid contact with her if possible, to avoid the 18-year-old Chen Shi jumping out to compete with the 36-year-old Chen Shi. No, you have to go. I've already told your Aunt Liu Li that you can help Ranran with his math lessons. Mom, you didn't even ask me if I agreed or not. You don't respect me. After Chen Shi finished speaking, he looked at Chen Jiang pitifully. Dad, you don't even care about your wife. Wife, I think. Shut up. Son, you don't care about your mother. What else could Chen Shi say? I had no choice but to take 2 baskets of rice dumplings and go to Jiang Churan's house to pay my respects. The 2 families lived not far from each other, and it only took about 10 to 20 minutes to walk there, so they arrived quickly. As soon as Liu Li saw Chen Shi, her face lit up. Of course, Chen Shi is here. She called her daughter's name while pouring water for Chen Shi. Chen Shi looked around casually. Jiang Churan's family is much richer than Chen Shi's. Liu Li works at a power supply station, where she has a good salary and good benefits. Jiang's father is an engineering contractor. In recent years, the country has been investing heavily in infrastructure projects, so he has caught the wave of the trend. He earns 2 to 3 million yuan every year and makes a lot of money. Having said that, only such a wealthy family can raise a proud little princess like Jiang Churan. Jiang Churan came out of the bedroom quickly. Because she was at home, she was wearing a white pajamas and her hair was a little messy. Compared with usual, she was a little more cute as a girl should be, but her pretty face was more of an innate arrogance. Xiao Chen, go and explain the problem to Ran Ran. I'm going to go out and buy some food. We'll have dinner here later. Liu Li said this and went out. As someone who has been through this before, she could certainly see that Chen Shi was interested in her daughter. After all, he was a child she had watched grow up, so she was quite satisfied with Chen Shi. If he could really get together with her daughter, it would be a good story. After Liu Li left, only Chen Shi and Jiang Churan were left in the living room. Jiang Churan looked at Chen Shi without saying a word, his expression twisted and full of grievance. Chen Shi handles his business impartially. My mother promised Aunt Liu that I can teach you about math. Let's get started. Chen Shi, if Aunt Yuan hadn't asked you to, would you still come and explain the questions to me? Won't. Jiang Churan's bright eyes dimmed instantly. Then I won't listen. Then say it again. As Chen Shi spoke, he turned on the recording function on his phone. What? Keep the evidence, so my mom won't blame me when I get home. Chapter 22. Jiang Churan was going crazy. What's Chen Shi's attitude? It's as if explaining the problem to himself would make him sick. The rebellious psychology was suddenly maxed out. Then I've changed my mind. You go ahead and tell me. I don't understand a lot of things. I can't finish even in 3 days and 3 nights. Looking at the angry Jiang Churan, Chen Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just go ahead and start talking. After organizing his thoughts, he started speaking. Chen Shi scored full marks in the 3rd math test, which shows that he has mastered high school math. Coupled with the language organization ability cultivated by later generations. Basically, it is possible to impart knowledge to Jiang Churan in a more understandable way than the teacher. Of course, this does not mean that Chen Shi's mathematical ability has surpassed that of his teacher. Instead, he knew Jiang Churan better, knew her math level, and where her specific shortcomings were. To put it simply, it means teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Jiang Churan listened with a rebellious mentality at first. As I listened, I still listened and even felt like I had been enlightened. So, he understands and cares about me so well. Jiang Churan's mood became quite complicated. Even if Chen Shi ignored her, there was no shortage of boys around her such as Zhu Rui. But no matter how much these boys care about her, it is only superficial. Who else could be as meticulous and caring as Chen Shi about every aspect of her life? Even her shortcomings and deficiencies in mathematics can be clearly seen. Chen Shi took a pen and wrote and drew on the draft, summarizing for Jiang Churan the key points that she should check and fill in the gaps in the remaining 20 days. Jiang Churan looked at Chen Shi's serious profile and couldn't help but be distracted. Perhaps because he has been working too hard during this period, Chen Shi is a little thinner than before. He originally had a baby face, but his jawline became clearer and there was some blue stubble around his lips. For the first time, Jiang Churan felt that Chen Shi was a little handsome. Especially now, when he was explaining the problem to himself seriously, he looked even a little charming. Chen Shi explained the entire 3rd diagnosis test paper to Jiang Churan from beginning to end, helping her summarize and conclude as he went along. When he finished explaining the last big question, he looked at his watch and realized that it took him almost 2 hours. Liu Li had already returned from buying groceries. Seeing Chen Shi concentrating on explaining the questions to his daughter, he did not dare to disturb him. Even when he was busy in the kitchen, he was very careful not to make any big noises. From time to time, she would glance at the living room. From her perspective, these two little guys really looked a good match. From childhood sweethearts, to their childhood sweetheart, to their first love, and finally to their happy ending, how perfect it is. You know what, it's quite delicious. That's about it. That's it. The rest is up to you. It all comes down to practicing questions. Chen Shi stood up, stretched, said to Liu Li, "Auntie, I'm going home," and walked towards the door. Liu Li was quite surprised and poked her head out of the kitchen. "Xiao Chen, why did you leave? Aren't you going to have dinner at Auntie's house? The meal will be ready soon." "Auntie, forget it this time. I have an appointment with my friends. World of Warcraft is opening a new server tonight. Let's open a new server together." After Chen Shi finished speaking, without waiting for Liu Li to say anything else, he waved his hand, opened the door and left. The World of Warcraft expansion or something like that must be an excuse. He simply doesn't want to stay in the Jiang family. As soon as I went downstairs, I heard a series of footsteps. Looking back, Jiang Churan was standing behind him, panting, and it was obvious that he had just followed him. Chen Shi frowned. "Why did you come down?" Under the cold moonlight, Jiang Churan bit her lip and mustered up the courage to speak. "Chen Shi, I've been thinking a lot these past few days. I was really wrong that day. I shouldn't have played a trick on you." Chapter 23. Chen Shi laughed dumbly. "You chased me downstairs just to talk about this. Actually, I didn't take it to heart a long time ago." Chen Shi has indeed let go of Jiang Churan, the white moonlight, throughout his entire youth. Although there is no reason to like someone, the 18-year-old Chen would occasionally act rashly, but the 36-year-old Chen Shi was confident enough to convince the 18-year-old Chen Shi this 24K idiot. What has passed should be left in the past. Jiang Churan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Then, can we still be like before? You know, during the time you ignored me, I felt so sad every day. If you boil an egg, it will look the same as before, but will it still hatch a chick?" Chen Shi shrugged, with a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "Jiang Churan, even now, sometimes when I look at you, my heart still beats. But, I really don't plan to like you anymore." After saying that, he turned and left. "It's still the same as before. You, Miss Jiang, are not feeling uncomfortable anymore, but I am." Jiang Churan stood there in a daze. As a young girl, she certainly couldn't understand. Chen Shi's last words, "I really don't plan to like you anymore," reveal such determination. That was my entire teenage years, the countless nights of tossing and turning for her, the countless anxieties, the scars that were cut open, healed, and then torn open again. At this moment, Jiang Churan just had some vague feelings. Some things that were originally within her reach slipped away from her fingers without a trace as Chen Shi turned around resolutely. It's like the sand in the palm of your hand, scattered on the beach, and when you pick up a handful, it's no longer the same as before. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Jiang Churan went home crying. Tears slid down the corners of her eyes, just like a mermaid crying to the moon. Liu Li was startled and quickly walked to her daughter. Ran, what's wrong?" "Mom, Chen Shi is ignoring me." Jiang Churan couldn't hold it in anymore and threw herself into her mother's arms, crying like a little girl who had lost her favorite toy. Liu Li was even more confused. These two little ones were fine before. Seeing Chen Shi explaining the questions to his daughter seriously, she couldn't help but kowtow for a while. How come they started to quarrel in the blink of an eye? Ran, what's going on?" Jiang Churan sobbed and told Liu Li the whole story. The more Liu Li listened, the more her brows furrowed, until finally her expression was filled with seriousness. Ran, don't cry first. Mom wants to ask you, do you think you did the right thing in this matter?" "Mom, I know I was wrong. I have already apologized to Chen Shi, but he still doesn't intend to pay attention to me." Looking at her daughter, who looked so pitiful and tearful, Liu Li sighed. "My silly daughter, you are too well protected by your parents. You are already 18 years old, but you have not yet learned to truly respect others. Why don't you think about how much of a blow and embarrassment it would be for Chen Shi to be teased in front of so many people? You have your face, but doesn't Chen Shi have any? Jiang Churan subconsciously said, but I have already apologized to him. Liu Li was both angry and amused. Silly daughter, do you think anything in this world can be solved with just a simple, I'm sorry? Jiang Churan's eyes were red. Mom, then, what should I do now? After Chen Shi ignored me, I was really sad. Mom, let me analyze it for you. Liu Li sighed again. Chapter 24. Mom saw everything Xiao Chen did to you in the past. He really likes you and wants to treat you well for the rest of his life. I think Mom knows how you responded. You take everything for granted, just like every breath of air you breathe. In the past, Xiao Chen's concern for you was so delicate that you didn't even notice it. It wasn't until you teased him last time and completely chilled his heart that he made up his mind to withdraw from this unequal relationship. Then you gradually realized that his concern for you was not something you should take for granted, just like not every planet has air. As for your current sadness, daughter, think carefully, are you sad because of Xiao Chen, or for yourself? If it's because of Xiao Chen, considering how much Xiao Chen liked you in the past, there may be a chance to redeem him. If it's for yourself, then you should just get along as friends. Boys with Xiao Chen's personality are very sensitive. If you don't really change, he won't look back. After listening to her mother's analysis, Jiang Churan herself was also confused. Is she sad now because of Xiao Chen or because of herself? Jiang Churan couldn't figure it out for the time being, but she made a silent decision to try to restore her relationship with Chen Shi. Chen Shi returned home, sent Ms. Yuan away with a few words, quickly washed up, and went back to the bedroom to continue doing his homework. After finishing a set of comprehensive science test papers and checking the answers, he fell asleep on the bed. Perhaps the 18-year-old Xiao Chen and the 36-year-old Chen Shi finally reached a consensus. Chen Shi slept particularly soundly that night. Isn't growth all about reaching a reconciliation with your younger self? The weekend passed quickly and it was Monday again. Brothers Chen Shi and Li Xingji stepped into the classroom just as the morning self-study bell rang. After successfully scouting the spot again, the two of them still smiled at each other, both feeling like they had gotten an advantage. Learning is ultimately for yourself. No matter how bad a student is, he or she knows this very well. But most students regard studying as a school assignment. If they can skip half a class or slack off for a few minutes, it feels like they are taking advantage of the school. It is worth mentioning that when the two entered the school, they saw a new notice on the bulletin board at the entrance, the list of Provincial 3 good students in 2009. Chen Shi's name was on the list. Brother Zhiliao is really envious. This is a first mover advantage that adds a full 10 points to the college entrance examination score. This means that Xiao Chen is getting closer and closer to kicking open the doors of Peking University and Tsinghua University and becoming the man that even Peking University and Tsinghua University cannot get. Chen Shi was surprised. Such a big thing, why didn't Ms. Huang tell us in advance? Or maybe even she didn't know, but the decision was made by a higher-up leader. What can he say? He can only say that the leader has vision. It was obvious so early on that Chen Shouxin would become a powerful person in the tribulation crossing stage who could beat up the two Mars with his fists and trample on old Wang with his feet. But he had no intention of really going to Peking University or Tsinghua University, so this 10 points was dispensable to him. After entering the classroom and walking to his seat, Chen Shi had a strange expression on his face. At the same time, I also found that many classmates were looking at me with strange eyes. There was a lunchbox on the table, containing his favorite dumplings. There was a note under the lunchbox. Chen Shi, my mother made this. We can't finish it at home, so she asked me to bring you some. The font is elegant and cool. Some familiarity is engraved into genes. As soon as Chen Shi saw it, he knew it was Jiang Churan's handwriting. No wonder my classmates looked at me strangely. In the past, he was the one who always brought breakfast to Jiang Churan. Now it's the other way around. Chapter 25. The dumplings in the lunchbox couldn't have been made by Liu Li. Aunt Liu doesn't have such good skills. Maybe Jiang Churan wanted to apologize to himself in this way. But he still couldn't save his face, so he wrote a note that only made the matter more obvious. Well, this is very Jiang Churan. Chen Shi shook his head, stood up decisively, took the lunchbox, and walked in front of Jiang Churan under the gaze of the whole class. Thank you for your kindness, Jiang, but I have already had breakfast. Put down the lunchbox and leave. The whole class was in an uproar. Class beauty Jiang was so proud that it was big news that she could bring breakfast to Chen Shi. But Chen Shi refused. It's like a stone thrown into a quiet lake, causing huge ripples. Jiang Churan looked at the lunchbox that Chen Shi put down, and was stunned at first, then her eyes quickly turned red. In her entire life, when had she ever been rejected like this? Not to mention, the one who rejected her was Chen Shi, who used to be around her. In fact, before buying breakfast for Chen Shi, Jiang Dabenhua had already prepared herself mentally. Even if he didn't eat, she couldn't get angry or lose her composure. But when this scene really happened and Chen Shi's attitude was so firm and ruthless, Jiang Churan still couldn't hold it back. 2 drops of clear tears slowly slid down the corners of my eyes. Most girls don't look good when they cry. Jiang Churan belongs to that small group of people. Her appearance even improves when she cries. At this moment, she was tearful and very charming. So much so that Brother Zhilia couldn't bear it and thought that Xiao Chen was going a little too far. Of course, he couldn't turn around and blame Chen Shi. Brother Zhilia knows clearly how close or distant the relationship is. The one who truly hated Chen Shi and even gnashed his teeth was Zhu Rui. How dare he make her goddess cry? Can you bear it? Obviously not. Knife in hand, kill Chen go. Bang. Zhu Rui slammed the desk hard, stood up quickly, walked to Chen Shi, angrily. Chen Shi, what do you mean? Jiang Churan kindly bought you breakfast, why don't you eat it? I, the monitor, order you to apologize to classmate Jiang immediately. This scene scared the other students in the class. Chen Shizhan was too lazy to stand up and just looked at Zhu Rui like a clown. I say, squad leader Zhu, my mouth is on my body, whether I eat or not is none of your business. Should I say you are a dog catching mice, or a yellow cat eating shit? No wonder Chen Shi looked down on Zhu Rui. Being a squad leader, he tries to show off his authority. He speaks in a pretentious manner all the time. If you don't know him, you would think he works in the provincial department. You vulgar. Zhu Rui was shaking with anger. Why is Jiang crying? It's you who caused the trouble. As the class monitor, shouldn't I take care of it? The more Chen Shi listened, the more he wanted to laugh. So he laughed. He smiled very happily, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. Many other students in the class also laughed mockingly at Zhu Rui. Zhu Rui usually acts awkwardly, and in order to please the teacher, he also reports to his classmates. He is actually a spy planted in the class by Ms. Wang. It's impossible for him to be popular. These whispers of laughter became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Zhu Rui. He could no longer hold it in any longer and began to roll up his sleeves, ready to beat Chen Shi. Li Xingji raised his eyebrows and was about to stand up to beat this guy. Even though he usually has no temper when being bullied by Chen Shi, that's towards Chen Shi. Brother Zhiliao is not a good guy and he is very good at fighting. When he was in junior high school, there were 2 hooligans outside the school who wanted to collect protection fees from Chen Shi. When Brother Zhiliao found out, he picked up a brick and almost beat the 2 hooligans from 3D to 2D. Chen Shi quickly grabbed Li Xingji and said, Brother Zhiliao, don't bother. He doesn't dare to do that. Number 1 middle school has a strict school spirit and has always had zero tolerance for student fights. There are more than 20 days left before the college entrance examination. If I fight at this time and get persuaded to drop out, who can I cry to? Furthermore, based on his experience as a human being in 2 lifetimes, Zhu Rui was 100% sure that he could not hide his bluffing for the sake of face. If you really dare to hit him, would you roll up your sleeves? When playing King of Fighters, I use my ultimate skill, but the lead time is so long. Chapter 26. Zhu Rui, Chen Shi, what are you 2 doing? Suddenly a voice came from the classroom door. Huang Lamine came to inspect the morning self-study situation in the class. After she walked into the classroom, she quickly got to know the situation through other students. Ms. Huang has extensive experience in dealing with such matters, and the best approach is to give both sides 50 lashes. Zhu Rui, you are the class monitor, how can you take the lead in violating school rules? Huang Lamine criticized Zhu Rui first. Zhu Rui lowered his head quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. I lost my composure. I didn't behave like a top 3 student in school. Even when this guy admitted his mistake, he didn't forget to flatter himself. Well, this is very Zhu Rui. Ms. Huang turned to look at Chen Shi. What about you, Chen Shi, do you realize your mistake? Chen Shi raised his eyebrows. Teacher Huang, what does this have to do with me? It was Monitor Zhu who rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat me. If you had come a little later, I'm afraid I would have been in the ICU. Wang Limin said angrily. Chen Shi, stop talking nonsense to me. It's because you speak rudely and say, a dog catches a mouse, a yellow cat eats shit, which is quite antagonistic. I don't see that you did well in the Chinese test. Chen Shi didn't dare to challenge Ms. Huang anymore, and said with a playful smile, Ahem, Mr. Huang, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have used bad words. I am a provincial 3 good student, a model of morality and thought selected from hundreds of thousands of high school students across the province. How can I argue with Zhu Rui? He said that on purpose to annoy Zhu Rui. He is also a 3 good student in school, so awesome. How should you respond when I, Chen Shouxin, am awarded the title of provincial 3 good student? Zhu Rui subconsciously didn't believe it. Chen Shi, you are bragging, how could you not be a provincial top 3 student? My classmates were also discussing it, and most of them didn't believe it. However, there were a few people who had seen the bulletin board when entering the school and testified for Chen Shi. The notices have been posted, it really is Chen Shi. Zhu Rui listened and was completely dumbfounded. In the 3rd examination, Chen Shi ranked 1st in the key class and 7th in the grade, but he suffered a Waterloo and scored more than 100 points less than Chen Shi. Compared with the results, he couldn't even smell Chen Shi's exhaust. The only thing that allows him to maintain his sense of superiority is his status as a 3 good student in his school. Result. Wang Liming rolled her eyes at Chen Shi. Chen Shi, Principal Dao has high hopes for you, so he put you on the list of the province's 3 best students. How can you use this to show off? Chen Shi shrugged. Teacher Huang, I learned this from class monitor Zhu Rui. His cheeks twitched violently and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Alright, let's end this matter here. You two should focus on the college entrance examination. If you dare to make trouble again, don't blame me for calling your parents. After Huang Liming finished speaking, she waved her hand to let the classmates continue studying, and then left the classroom. It wasn't a big deal, so she chose to let it go. After Zhu Rui returned to his seat, he became angrier, and even more jealous. Being a provincial top 3 student was his dream. Going to college with this label will be of great help whether you are running for class monitor, joining the student union, or even taking the selection exam when you graduate. It shouldn't be like this. It doesn't make sense. Their head teacher clearly told him that he had a great chance of being selected as one of the province's 3 best students this time. Even if it wasn't his turn, it shouldn't be this guy Chen Shi. With such resentment, after the morning self-study get out of class, Zhu Rui went to find Director Qian, who was an old classmate of his father, but was severely criticized. Zhu Rui, how did you do in the 3rd exam? You don't know it yourself. You dropped 50 or 60 points. Forget about getting into a 211 university. I'm afraid you can't even get into a 1st-tier university. In the past 3 years, you have indeed worked diligently and helped the teacher a lot, but the Provincial 3 Good Student Award is more important for grades. What else could Zhu Rui say? He had to return to the classroom in despair. He had just walked to his seat and had not had time to heal his inner trauma when he suffered another critical blow. Jiang Churan walked over and said to him with a cold face, Zhu Rui, if you have nothing to do after eating too much, just go to the playground and run around. What does the relationship between me and Chen Shi have to do with you? You don't need to meddle in other people's business. Boom. The words of the class beauty Jiang were like a thunderbolt that struck Zhu Rui. How to describe it? There should be a BGM here, the one called Snowflakes Falling. The first class in the morning was chemistry. Zhu Rui was looking at the chemistry book, but something seemed wrong. He clearly saw 2 words in the gaps between the chemical formulas wrong species. Zhu Rui's faith was completely broken. He couldn't help but punch the desk. Just then, the chemistry teacher walked into the classroom and frowned. Zhu Rui, why did you smash the table? Do you have a problem with the teacher? Zhu Rui raised his head and said with a sad face, Teacher, this chemical equation is too difficult. I can't balance it. The whole class burst into laughter. It's not that class monitor Zhu is unfair, it's that he doesn't deserve it. This really confused the chemistry teacher. Chapter 27. Time quickly came to the end of May. The NBA playoffs are in full swing. The Lakers and Rockets advanced after a tough seventh game. The Rockets in the Yao and McGrady era missed their only chance to compete for the championship and suffered a bitter defeat. At that time, no one could have imagined that this series would be Yao Ming's last highlight in the NBA. After defeating the Rockets, Kobe Bryant completely regained his form and was in great form in the Western Conference Finals. The NBA at that time was really interesting, and I don't know how many young people in the late 1980s and early 1990s watched it. The senior students of Linqiong No. 1 Middle School have also entered the final review stage. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and even the usually noisy cicadas in the banyan tree outside the classroom were starting to sound a little muted. It's okay when the sun is out, but the most annoying thing is when it's cloudy, hot and humid, and the classroom is like a steamer. May 30, 2009, Saturday, was such a damn cloudy day. We will have a holiday after 5 classes in the morning, and due to the weather factors, the students in the class seem a little restless. The first 2 classes were chemistry classes. I worked on the test in the first class and discussed the test in the second class. As for the break in between, it was ruthlessly taken away from me. During the final review stage, teachers basically arrange classes in this way, with the main focus on oppression and exploitation. After the chemistry teacher arranged for the students to hand out the test papers, everyone pulled out their desks and started working hard. Among the 3 subjects in comprehensive science, chemistry is most like the liberal arts, and there are many knowledge points that need to be memoized. In his previous life, Chen Shi was just mediocre in his studies. Relying on his outstanding comprehension, he was quite good in physics, but his performance in chemistry was relatively average. After a period of hard work and improvement in his studies, Chen Shi's chemistry grades have improved significantly. He now has a full score of 108, almost 100, which makes him considered a top student in chemistry. 50 minutes passed quickly and it was time to collect the papers. The chemistry teacher asked the class representatives to collect the papers, and then distributed them in shuffled order. He then announced the answers and asked everyone to correct each other's papers. Damn it, Chen Shi actually got Jiang Churan's test paper. Chen Shi calculated the probability and found that it was less than 2%. From a mathematical point of view, it is already a low probability event. What can I say? I can only laugh at myself and call it bad fate. Just revise it, and Jiang Churan's paper was quickly revised. 91 points was almost Jiang Churan's limit, and the rest were things she couldn't do. To be honest, Jiang Churan's handwriting is really beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and there is a faint fragrance on the test paper. Jiang Churan has a not-so-good habit, he likes to lie down while doing the questions. The weather has been hot and humid recently, so it's inevitable that I'll have some of her pleasant smell. Perhaps because of these reasons, the boys in the class especially like to correct the test papers for Jiang, the most beautiful girl in the class. It's adolescence, those who understand will understand. What Chen Shi didn't expect was that among the girls, he actually enjoyed almost the same treatment as Jiang Churan. There was a girl named Wu Shan in the class who excitedly cried like a goose after getting his test paper. Goose, Chen Shi's test paper is here. Chen Shi was already good looking, and after his rebirth, he acquired the calm temperament that only a mature man possesses. In addition, his academic performance has improved significantly during this period. He was given a speech on stage, and was elected as the Provincial 3 Good Student. He is really in the spotlight. Of course, his status in the hearts of the girls in the class has risen. He is no longer the unknown person he was a month ago, but has become the only male god in Class 6. After class, Wu Shan took Chen Shi's test paper to Chen Shi's seat and said coquettishly, "Chen Shi, your test paper. You scored 105 points, that's amazing." Wu Shan's appearance is not as good as Jiang Churan's, but she is not bad either. She is about the same level as Liu Wenwen and is firmly in the top 5 in the class. If you go to a science and engineering college and choose a popular major with too many students and too little talent, you will definitely be the most beautiful girl in the department. Thanks. After Chen Shi took the test paper, he looked at where his 3 points were deducted. He found out that it was due to his carelessness that he wrote the wrong element symbol. It was originally Zn zinc, but he accidentally wrote it as Zr chromium. Otherwise, he would have gotten full marks. Just to thank you, classmate Chen Shi. I even corrected it for you with a red pen. Chapter 28. Wu Shan was obviously somewhat dissatisfied with Chen Shi's perfunctory attitude. Chen Shi smiled and said seriously, "Student Wu Shan, I was wondering how I could make such a low-level mistake. I could even write the chemical formula of zinc wrong. It seems that you stole my zinc. Okay, that's a damn pun. Wushan was stunned for a moment, and when she came to her senses, her cheeks turned red. Compared to most girls who are introverted, Wushan has a bit of a lively personality and soon started laughing like a goose. Geese, geese, geese. Chen Shi, you are really good at it. I am really attracted to you. Jiang Churan looked at this scene and felt sour in his heart. Chen Shi had never told her such a witty remark. During this period, she has actually been trying to repair her relationship with Chen Shi. Every now and then, she would find various reasons to bring some things to Chen Shi, such as breakfast, fruits, snacks, etc. 9 times out of 10, Chen Shi would not eat it. Only when he really couldn't refuse would he take a small symbolic bite. Jiang, the naturally proud class beauty, was of course very hurt. She warned herself more than once that this was the last time and that even if the sun rose from the west, she would never give Chen Shi food to eat again. But every time she saw Chen Shi joking around with other girls in the class, such as with Wushan just now, she felt very uncomfortable. After tossing and turning all night, I often couldn't help it the next day and would go and say a few words to Chen Shi under the pretext of sending something. Chen Shi's indifference and alienation made Jiang Churan anxious and worried during this period. She was annoyed, and in fact Chen Shi was annoyed too. Of course he could see that Jiang Churan really realized that he was wrong this time and really wanted to repair their relationship, otherwise he would not have been so humble so many times. But he really didn't want to have any deeper entanglement with Jiang Churan anymore. However, due to the deep friendship between Ms. Yuan and Liu Li, Chen Shi could not say anything too decisive to Jiang Churan. Then we'll just have to leave it to time. After going to college, everyone went their separate ways and lived happily ever after. After this girl enters a new environment and meets a new boy, she will probably forget him soon. With her looks, no matter which university she goes to, there will be no shortage of boys surrounding her. After an uneventful weekend, it was already June. The 2009 college entrance examination will be held on June 7th and 8th. In other words, there is less than a week left before the college entrance examination. There are only 3 or 4 days left in school. The school will be closed on the 5th and 6th, giving the candidates time to adjust themselves. These days, the teachers have stopped giving lectures and there are no exams. They just let everyone review freely. It is worth mentioning that in recent days, teachers have begun to teach some tips for the college entrance examination that they would never have taught before. For example, if there are 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest one. If there are 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest one. If they are of different lengths, choose B. If they are uneven, choose D. Another example. There are 12 multiple choice questions in mathematics, with 4 options, A, B, C, D, and the probability is that they are evenly distributed. This is the college entrance examination, and every extra point counts. According to data released by the Provincial Department of Education, the number of candidates taking the college entrance examination in Sichuan this year reached more than 510,000, and the number of papers being graded was extremely high. Every extra point you get can help you defeat a person on the playground. In the last few days, Ms. Wang no longer had a stern face, but became amiable and transformed from the ruthless Nun Mihu to the reasonable Nun Dingyi. I turned a blind eye to many things in the class. Even if I knew there were a few couples in the class, I pretended not to see them. Chapter 29. At this juncture, stability is more important than anything else. Admission tickets were issued on June 1st, the examination venue was determined on June 3rd, and by June 4th, the 2009 students of Linqiong No. 1 Middle School only had the last 2 classes left in their high school career. These 2 classes belonged to the class teacher Huang Liming. The atmosphere in the class was quite subtle, tense and sad. Even someone like Brother Zhiliao, who is usually heartless, had a somewhat twisted expression. Graduation means separation. After all, there are only a few people like him and Chen Shi, whose feelings remain unchanged even after they went to college, started working, got married and had children. For most people, the class reunion after the college entrance examination is the last time they see each other. After 3 years of forced binding and living together day and night, some bumps are inevitable. But at this point, none of it matters. Even Zhu Rui, that pretentious guy, Brother Zhilia doesn't feel that much disgust towards him anymore. Chen Shi did not have these feelings. It was not that he was as hard as stone, but that he had a mature soul and was more clear-headed. In life, we don't need too many friends, nor do we have enough time to maintain interpersonal relationships. There are only two things that can ultimately bring you happiness and freedom. The first is to be rich enough, and the second is to have harmonious family relationships. As for making friends, having one or two confidants who provide emotional value to each other is enough. For example, Chen Shi and Li Xingji are collectors of each other's youth. Such a relationship is worth maintaining for a lifetime. As for the other so-called classmates, they are just so-so. After 10 or 20 years, who the hell will still recognize who? Even when classmates get together for a reunion, it is not to keep in touch, but to show off to each other. In the last two classes, Wang Liming's main job was to talk to everyone and provide some psychological counseling before the exam. Perhaps influenced by the sentimental atmosphere in the class, Ms. Wang became more serious as she spoke, and her voice was noticeably nasal. "Teacher, I am here to formally apologize to everyone. For the past 3 years, I have been suppressing you and not letting you release your nature. Teacher knows what you call me in private, Master Mihu." There was laughter from below, one after another, and the whole room was in an uproar. Chen Shi made a joke. "Teacher Huang, you are talking nonsense. Privately, we all call you Zhu Jiruo. If you were 10 years younger, there would be no chance for Jiang to be selected as the class beauty." Wang Limin couldn't help laughing at first, then continued, "Teacher, I just simply hope that you can go to a good university and don't let down the past 12 years of hard study and 3 years of high school study. Before we leave, teacher will give you a few words." All the students in the class sat up straight after hearing this. In a person's life, the so-called success and fame are actually nothing compared to one thing. This is all about living your life the way you like. When we come to this world, we must be ourselves first, and then be someone's children, someone's classmates and friends. We should think about others, but we should live for ourselves even more. To see how flowers bloom, how water flows, how the sun rises, and when the sun sets, we live in this world just to understand some truths and meet some interesting people and things. Life is an accident, and we look for cause and effect in it. Ms. Wang's words were quite emotional and obviously came from her heart. The classmates were so moved that many of them shed tears. Chen Shi also listened to it, and before he knew it, his eyes were red. Life is an accident, and we look for cause and effect in it. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Wang Liming's words really touched his heart. Ms. Wang is truly a treasure teacher. Chen Shi felt a little regretful that he had not paid enough attention in Chinese class in the past 3 years. Chapter 30. Linxiong No. 1 Middle School was closed on the morning of June 4th. It was already noon when Chen Shi moved a large school bag filled with textbooks and other things back home. Mr. Chen and Ms. Yuan are both at work, so he has to take care of his own lunch. I called Li Xingji's home phone and asked him if he had eaten. Brother Jilia mumbled and said he was eating. "Leave some for me." Chen Shi hung up the phone and went straight to Li Xingji's house. After lunch, Li Xingji asked Chen Shi what his plans were for the afternoon and whether he wanted to find a place to read. "Reading?" Chen Shi shook his head. "It's already this late, and you're still reading. Why don't I usually see you so eager to study?" Li Xingji twisted his buttocks. "Xiao Chen, am I not nervous?" "I see." Chen Shi pondered. "Well, let me take you to a place to relieve your anxiety before the exam." "Where?" "You'll know when you get there." Chen Shi was just about to take Li Xingji out when she received a text message from Baiwei. Ask him what plans he has for the afternoon and if he can take her out for some fun. Could it be that Baiwei is also anxious before the exam? That shouldn't be the case. She can get into Peking University or Tsinghua University with her eyes closed. Besides, didn't her family already make arrangements for her to go abroad? Chen Shi thought about it and replied to Baiwei, saying that he was just about to take brother Zhiliao out for a walk, and if she wanted to go, they could go together. Baiwei quickly replied, "I'll come find you." Chen Shi sent Baiwei the nearby bus stops. Then I went to the bus stop and waited for her. Chen Shi felt a little conflicted at this time. After spending some time together, it would be self-deception to say that he had no feelings towards Baiwei. However, Mai Ren is about to go abroad to study, and they will be separated by an ocean and far away from each other. There is really no need to take this relationship, which is still in its ignorant stage, any further. Unless Baiwei doesn't go abroad. But isn't this idea a bit selfish? During this period of time in 2009, Imperial College London would definitely have crushed any other university in the country, including Peking University and Tsinghua University. Chen Shi didn't think that he was that important to Yu Baiwei. She just lacked social skills, and when she suddenly got him as a friend, she felt a little overwhelmed. She is a real princess who lives in a castle and was born to own the whole world. About 20 minutes later, Yu Baiwei came over in a taxi. She was wearing a floral dress, carrying a small black bag, and wearing crystal sandals, revealing a small piece of lace socks with lace trims. She is very fairy-like and girlish, and so tender that you can pinch water out of her. The three of them got on the bus, and Chen Shi told them the destination of this trip, an ancient temple on the outskirts of the city. After getting off the bus, Li Xingji felt a little amused and helpless as he looked at the long and winding stone road in front of him and the 1,000-year-old temple hidden in the mountains. Xiao Chen, you're bringing me here to worship Buddha. Isn't this feudal superstition? What's the use of superstition? Sincerity is the key to success. And you see, we are not the only ones who come here to seek help at the last minute. Since even rebirth can happen, it is difficult for Chen Shi to continue to be a staunch atheist. Li Xingji took a look and found that there were quite a lot of students coming here to burn incense and worship Buddha, and many of them were still wearing school uniforms. Yu Baiwei didn't care. Where to go or what to do was not important. What was important was who to be with. It took about half an hour to walk from the foot of the mountain to the top, and the three of them meandered all their way up. There are many small vendors along the way. In addition to selling mountain products, they also sell many strange little gadgets. Chapter 31. Yu Baiwei was like a curious baby. Whenever she saw something she didn't understand along the way, she would stare with her big confused eyes and ask Chen Shi to explain it to her. For example, there are lighters that look like car keys, strange certificates that cost 2 yuan each, such as beauty certificates, handsome guy certificates, academic master certificates, and even stupid certificates. When they arrived at the temple gate, Yu Baiwei stopped at a stall selling heart-shaped locks. There were about 100 locks on the wooden table. Chen Shi, what are these locks used for? You can also engrave your name on them. This is called a good friend lock. The name is engraved on it, which means that the friendship is unbreakable and the love is stronger than gold. I see. Yu Baiwei's eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, Li Xingji said, Xiao Chen, I'm so thirsty. Let's go buy some water before we go burn incense. Chen Shi nodded, then you go buy some water, and I'll go buy some incense and candles. After assigning the tasks, Chen Shi told Yu Baiwei to wait for him here and not to run around. A few minutes later, when Chen Shi and Li Xingji finished their shopping and returned to the temple gate, they found that all the locks at the stall selling love locks were gone, and the stall owner was nowhere to be seen. Chen Shi was a little surprised and asked Yu Baiwei. Yu Baiwei's cheeks turned red strangely. After 2 seconds of silence, she shook her head and said, I don't know either. Chen Shi didn't take it seriously. The three of them walked up the stone steps and entered the temple. From the temple gate to the main hall on the top of the mountain, there are more than 10 places where incense needs to be burned. The whole process is cumbersome and lengthy. When the three of them reappeared at the temple gate, it was already afternoon, but students rushing to burn incense were still coming in an endless stream. Let's go down the mountain. Chen Shi waved his hand. Xiao Chen, look. At this time, Li Xingji suddenly pointed to the osmanthus tree at the entrance of the temple where the love lock was hung. Chen Shi walked over and took a look, and was stunned. There are hundreds of locks hanging on the tree, 2 in a group, each engraved with the words Yu and Chen. Chen Shi reacted quickly and turned to look at Yu Baiwei. You just bought all those locks. At this time, Yu Baiwei's cheeks were already rosy, and under the afterglow of the setting sun, she looked extremely bright and beautiful. She nodded and asked hopefully, Chen Shi, in this case, we will be good friends for life, right? What else could Chen Shi say? I had to make a serious promise to her. Yes, all my life. He thought that Yu Baiwei was a princess living in a castle and was born with everything. In fact, for the princess, he is really the only one she has. On June 5th, Chen Shi familiarized himself with the examination room in the morning, and did a set of math and science papers in the afternoon to keep up with the feel. I didn't touch the books on the 6th. I played games in the morning and listened to music in the afternoon, adjusting my mood to the best. Mr. Chen and Ms. Yuan both took leave for the past 2 days. The couple racked their brains to make delicious food for Chen Shi in various ways and spoke softly to him. Mr. Chen, a heavy smoker, held back and didn't dare to smoke a single cigarette. On the evening of the 6th, after checking all the items needed for the exam, including admission ticket, spreadsheet, signature pen, 2B pencil, and putting them in his pencil case, Chen Shi went to bed early. Perhaps it was because his mentality had indeed been adjusted well. He had a sweet night without any dreams, and when he woke up the next day, Chen Shi felt and his thinking was exceptionally clear. Mr. Chen and Ms. Yuan originally planned to accompany Chen Shi to the examination room, but Chen Shi did not agree. Chapter 32. He really didn't take the college entrance examination seriously. It didn't matter if he failed. With the Bitcoin bug, he would never be poor. I entered the examination room at 8:30, and at 8:55, the invigilator started handing out Chinese test papers. However, I cannot start writing now. I have to wait for the bell to ring at 9 o'clock. These 5 minutes are for candidates to review the questions. Chen Shi immediately flipped to the topic of the composition and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that it was exactly the same as he remembered. There was no butterfly effect. This means that his Chinese score will be at least 20 points higher than in his previous life. Everyone has this feeling to a certain extent. When you concentrate on taking an exam, time passes very quickly. After the bell rang, Chen Shi quickly got into the state, picked up the pen and started doing the questions. First there are multiple choice questions, then poetry filling in the blanks, classical Chinese reading, prose comprehension, and finally composition. After he finished writing the 800-word essay, he looked at his spreadsheet and found that there were less than 5 minutes left before the end of the exam. There was nothing to check, so Chen Shi simply stood up and handed in the paper to avoid getting stuck at the school gate later. When he came out of the examination room, he found that he was the only one who dared to hand in his paper early. When we arrived at the school gate, we were naturally blocked by newspaper reporters. Classmate. A female reporter in professional attire called Chen Shi over, put the microphone to his mouth, and asked him to say a few words and comment on the difficulty of the test paper. Chen Shi smiled lightly. Overall, I feel that this Chinese test paper is still a bit easy. I hope the teachers in the test setting group can make it more difficult next year. The reporter was surprised and asked why. What candidate would want the test paper to be as difficult as possible? Chen Shi shrugged. I won't take the exam next year. Of course, the harder the better. Female reporter. I say, classmates, can we be human beings? Otherwise, pretending to be cool will get you struck by lightning. In the afternoon math class, Chen Shi was unable to hand in his paper early again. It was really difficult. Everything went smoothly at first, and when I finished the last big question, there were still a full 40 minutes left. Logically speaking, with his level of skill, he should be able to figure it out. But it still stuck. Of the 20-point question, I only scored 4 points on the first question. I was completely clueless about the next 2 questions. After spending 20 minutes and trying 3 approaches without success, Chen Shi couldn't help feeling a little anxious. If he can only get 134 points in math, it is impossible for him to reach the admission line of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Then, won't his startup capital be gone? Well, then don't force me to break the rules. Seeing that there were only 20 minutes left before the end of the exam, Chen Xiang was completely unable to solve the problem using high school thinking, so he decisively chose to use brute force to crack it using advanced mathematics. Although the examination syllabus clearly stipulates that advanced mathematics cannot be used to solve the college entrance examination mathematics questions, rules are dead and people are alive. He can first use brute force math to crack the problem, get the correct answer, and then reverse the process from the result. Doing the questions in this way will definitely be a bit imprecise and may result in a few points being deducted, but it is better than getting no points at all. Do it when you think of it. Chen Shi stuck to the point and finally figured out the last 2 questions before the bell rang. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief. I will definitely not get full marks in math this time. It will probably be in the range of 145 to 147. Chapter 33. It's a bit regrettable, but only a bit. There is no such thing as perfect in this world. On June 8, Chen Shi took the comprehensive science test in the morning and the English test in the afternoon. He boasted that he performed very well. After finishing the English composition, there were still about 10 minutes left before the exam. Chen Shi didn't turn around to check. There's really nothing to check. No matter how he takes the test, his English level will never be below 130, and no matter how he takes the test, it will never be above 140. The reason why his English scores have improved so much in this life is that he relied on the thousands of words he memorized when taking the postgraduate entrance examination in his previous life. As for test-taking skills, he is relatively poor and mainly relies on his sense of language. As for sense of language, the first impression is definitely the best. Call. The bell for the end of the exam finally rang, and Chen Shi let out a breath. The main task of the college entrance examination has finally come to an end. His second life has just begun. He closed the pen cap with force, making a crisp sound, just like a seasoned soldier who, after killing the last enemy on the battlefield, slowly and firmly sheathed his sword in the afterglow of the setting sun. If he had to do it again, his life trajectory would have been different after all. In his previous life, he was muddle-headed and lived a life of mediocrity, ultimately failing to get into a university. This time, Chen Shi was confident that he could definitely exceed the transfer line of Peking University and Tsinghua University, and he could finally give an explanation to his parents. After leaving the examination room and walking towards the school gate, Chen Shi walked very slowly. The other candidates around him were also not very fast, and there was obvious relief on their faces. There was no scene like that scene on TV where candidates were running frantically. That's true. Life is life, and dullness is the basic tone. How can it be so thrilling? After returning home, Mr. Chen and Ms. Yuan didn't ask anything, but just asked Chen Shi to have a good rest. Chen Shi was indeed a little tired, but after lying on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep at all. There's a weird feeling of emptiness in my heart. How to describe it? Time is so tight in the third year of high school that you have to put in a lot of effort even to take a shit, and saving every second counts. Now, from June 9th to the start of school in September, there are nearly 3 months to waste, and it seems that all of a sudden there is too much time to use up. The college entrance examination results will not be released until June 18th. The rewards for those who exceed the admission line of Peking University and Tsinghua University will be distributed 2 or 3 days after the results are released. Of course, Chen Shi already had a plan for what to do with the money. What else can I do? Of course, I should invest in stocks. At this point in 2009, the stock market finally recovered after the big dive in 2008. The Shanghai Composite Index soared from 1664 points, which was comparable to the Mariana Trench, to 3,478 points, and continued to rise until early August when it began to adjust and fall. In other words, Chen Shi had about a month to catch this wave of opportunities. With the memory of those stocks that had greatly appreciated, it would not be a problem to make $1 million or so before entering university. After making his first pot of gold, Chen Shi decided not to touch stocks again. Even for him, a reborn person, the A-share market is too weird. From 2008 to 2024, the domestic economy has increased several times, but the A-share market has been hovering around 3,000 points, always rising and falling and adjusting in strange ways. A few million is still too little, and he is not qualified to compete and gamble in the capital market. Even if the general direction is correct, a small adjustment can make him lose all his money. So what should you do before investing in stocks? After thinking about it, Chen Shi came up with the answer: get a driver's license first. Chapter 34. Before I knew it, 10 days had passed. During this period, Chen Shi basically practiced driving in the driving school, and finally successfully obtained a driver's license. If it is to be released in the future, such a short time will definitely not be enough, even if Chen Shi is essentially an experienced driver who has been driving for more than 10 years. But it was 2009, and we were in Linqiang, a small county town. Those who knew, and many things could be solved by using connections. Lao Chen had a junior high school classmate who was a driving school instructor. With the help of this uncle, he had green lights all the way. As for Li Xingji, after 2 days of fun after the college entrance examination, he started helping out in his breakfast shop. Occasionally, Chen Shi would get up early and go over to help and have breakfast at the same time. He also told Li Xingji to go with him to take the driving test. Lao Chen had the connections and he could get it in 10 days. After considering for a moment, Jilia refused, saying that his parents would definitely not be willing to spend the money. That's impossible. Chen Shi was surprised at first, but after thinking about it, he finally understood. Jilia's parents run a breakfast shop. They work hard but make money. There is no way they can miss out on the 2,000 or 3,000 yuan they need to spend on the driving test. However, seeing his parents working day and night and looking much older than their peers, he probably felt guilty, so he was unwilling to spend more of his parents' money. No matter in the past life or this life, 18 or 36 years old, brother Zhiliao has always been that silly and clear-headed boy. On the third day after the college entrance examination, the class organized a party. Chen Shi didn't go. He didn't think that he would have any interactions with other classmates except Li Xingji in his future life, so he didn't have the leisure to engage in such meaningless socializing. Li Xingji wanted to go, but seeing that Chen Shi didn't go either, he thought about it and decided to be absent as well. After reading the messages in the QQ group, both of them felt a little regretful they should have gone, and missed out on so much gossip. On the day of the party, all the classmates, both men and women, drank a lot of alcohol. Alcohol gives cowards courage, so many men muster up the courage to confess their love to the girls they like. For example, Liu Wenwen, who was usually portrayed as a maid by Jiang Churan, unexpectedly had 3 admirers in the class who lined up to confess their love to her. There was a show-off who even carried a guitar and sang a song, "Look Over Here, Girl Across the Street," for Liu Wenwen. As a result, Liu Wenwen rejected them all. As for the reason looking at Chen Shi now, she always feels that the other boys in the class are too childish. Not that she had any thoughts about Chen Shi. Liu Wenwen is self-aware. Chen Churan is now involved with the academic genius Baiwei. Even Jiang Churan said to ignore him. Who does she think she is? That's right, she subconsciously felt that she deserved better. At this age, girls are more mature and rational than boys, even if it's just subconscious. Many things in this world are dynamically conserved. When some people are sad, others are happy. The 3 boys who confessed their love to Liu Wenwen suffered a setback, but other people in the class formed several pairs and held hands on the spot, making others envious. Zhu Rui originally wanted to confess his feelings to Jiang Churan under the influence of alcohol. However, seeing Jiang Churan's expression cold and lonely because Chen Shi didn't attend, he suddenly lost his courage. I just kept asking her about her health and if she was feeling unwell. Jiang Churan felt annoyed by what he said. Throughout the entire party, she didn't say more than 3 sentences to him. Her mind is now full of Chen Shi, wondering what he would be busy with if he didn't come to the party. As a good sister, Liu Wenwen noticed all of Jiang Churan's micro-expressions. She thought that Chen Shi might be having an affair with Baiwei, a top student in the same class. After hesitating for a long time, Liu Wenwen still didn't dare to tell Jiang Churan about this. She could see that Jiang Churan had been getting more and more obsessed with Chen Shi during this period. She must have been furious to know that after Chen Shi ignored her, he turned around and seamlessly hooked up with Baiwei, who was better than her in every aspect. Liu Wenwen misunderstood Chen Shi. He has been learning to drive all this time and has never met Baiwei at all. There is no possibility of meeting her. After the college entrance examination, Baiwei went to travel to Japan with her mother. Mairen told Chen Shi on QQ that she didn't want to go, but her mother insisted on going, so she had no choice but to accompany her. Communication was inconvenient as they were separated by an ocean. He could only wait for Baiwei to return to their hotel at night and use the computer in the suite to connect to the proxy before he could chat with Chen Shi. Chapter 35. Share some daily life with each other. Chen Shi was either learning to drive or on his way to learn to drive every day, so he really didn't have anything good to share with Mairen, so it was basically Baiwei who did the talking, and Chen Shi would occasionally respond with a word or two. June the 11th, 1921. The hillside with poppies in bloom. Today my mother took me to see the Tokyo sky tree. It is really tall and the wind was so cold. I think, if you were here, the wind would probably be warmer. June the 12th, 1924. The hillside with poppies in full bloom. Today we went to Meiji Jingu Shrine, where a wedding was held. The bride was very beautiful, but the groom was a little ordinary, but his eyes were very beautiful, the same type as yours. June the 13th, 1922. The hillside with poppies in bloom. Japan is really boring. I want to come back, but my mother won't let me. On the 14th and 15th, for 2 whole days, Baiwei's QQ was not online again. It was probably because she moved to a new apartment and could not log in with the agent. Around 8 o'clock in the evening on the 16th, Baiwei's avatar finally flashed. Chen Shi clicked on it and saw a short message. Chen Shi, are you there? Here I am. Chen Shi quickly replied with 2 words. I had a fight with my mom. It was the first time I had a fight with her. She was unhappy, and I was unhappy too. What's the reason? After about 5 minutes of silence, Baiwei sent a message. Well, I don't really want to say it. Chen Shi frowned. He had a vague feeling that Baiwei's quarrel with her mother might have something to do with him. After thinking for a moment, he replied with a long text. Then let's not talk about it. Everyone should have their own little secrets. You just need to know that we are good friends. Whether you are happy or sad, I will be there when you want to share with me. Chen Shi, will you stay here? Of course I'll always be here. Tokyo, a man hotel, top floor presidential suite. Of course I'll always be here. Baiwei, who was wearing a nightgown, looked at Chen Shi's last reply, bit her lip, and her eyes became firm. She turned her head and looked at the woman wearing the same style of nightgown, whose appearance and temperament were almost the plus version of Baiwei. Mom, I'll say it again, I don't want to go to Imperial College, I want to study in China. Wei, mommy will say it again, no means no. Mother. Baiwei bit her lip again. Because of the force, both lips turned a little white. You say. If Dad were here, he would definitely agree. Why did you mention your father? Because, that's how Daddy is. He was forced to leave by you. The woman's face turned a little blue. Wei, you know that saying this will make Mom very uncomfortable. You never were like this before. Mom, I used to give in to you, but this time, I don't want to give in to you. Chapter 36. Looking at Baiwei with a determined look in her eyes, the woman fell silent. After a long while, she spoke softly. Wei, is it because of that boy named Chen Shi? Yes. Baiwei didn't hesitate and uttered 2 words in a clear and cold voice. After returning home, find an opportunity for Mom to meet him, okay? The woman was silent for a moment and then asked tentatively. No. Baiwei shook her head. Mom, I only have this one friend since I was a child. Are you going to force him away too? But. Mom, Chen Shi is the best and most wonderful person in the world. The woman fell silent again. I stood up and walked to the balcony, looking up at the sky. The night sky in Tokyo tonight is deep and high, and the stars are particularly bright. Looking down, what comes into view is a large artificial pond with fireflies shining with faint light, which complements the stars in the sky. The woman lit up a lady's cigarette and smoked it slowly with an elegant posture that could make all the men in the world feel ashamed. My daughter has really grown up. He put out his cigarette with a wry smile and returned to the room. Wei, you can go to college in China, and even go to the same school as that boy. However, I won't allow you to have a relationship before you graduate from college. If I find out about this, I will send you abroad immediately. Fall in love. Baiwei's expression became confused. Aren't Shi and Chen Shi best friends? Why do they want to be in a relationship? All her current knowledge of love comes from books and the TV dramas that her mother occasionally allows her to watch. She doesn't really understand what love is. On the afternoon of June 17, with the help of Ms. Yuan, Chen Shi's family, Li Xingji's family, and Jiang Churan's family gathered together to spend the weekend. Ms. Yuan, Jiliaoma and Liu Li were all junior high school classmates, and their friendship has lasted for more than 20 years. The 3 families often have dinner together. The location is chosen by the river, and it is a self-service barbecue mode. After the college entrance examination, Jiang Churan was finally able to see Chen Shi again. She took it very seriously and dressed up carefully. She looked cool but also a bit playful. Wherever she went, she would attract people's attention. She believed that Chen Shi would definitely like her makeup today. But Jiang Dabenhua was disappointed. The one I met was Chen Shi. This guy just glanced at her indifferently, then looked away and started to fiddle with the grill and charcoal with Li Xingji. This polite yet distant attitude made Jiang Churan feel very uncomfortable. Liu Li watched from the side and could only smile bitterly. Today's result is yesterday's cause. If you want to blame someone, just blame her daughter for going too far in the past. Chen Shi and Li Xingji tinkered with it for a while and made 2 grills, one for the 3 kids and one for the adults. Who wants to have a meal at the same table with adults? It makes people feel uncomfortable. The 3 adults were chatting while grilling. The content is of course about the college entrance examination results of the 3 little ones. It's already the 17th. You can check your scores after midnight. Among the 3 little ones, Jiang Churan had the best grades, firmly at the 211 level, Li Xingji was second. If he performed well he could get into a 211, but if he performed poorly he would slip to an ordinary first-class university, and Chen Shi was the worst, barely reaching the first-class level. Now, Chen Shi has come from behind and scored over 650 in the third diagnosis. He will be at this level in the college entrance examination. Except for Tsinghua University and Peking University, he will not be able to pick any other 985 universities in China. Chapter 37. Old Chen, let me tell you, among the three children, your Chen Shi is the smartest. He has surpassed Ran Ran and Ji Liao in the end. Which university does he plan to go to? The one who was speaking was Dad Jiang, who had a soft Zhonghua cigarette in his mouth and was fiddling with the lamb skewers in his hand as he spoke. With the help of the country's massive infrastructure construction, Jiang's father, who works in engineering, has made a lot of money in recent years and has accumulated a fortune of no less than tens of millions. In a small county like Linqiang, they are definitely considered wealthy. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Zhongwo was one that he couldn't hide his envy. As parents of fresh graduates, the most sophisticated way for them to show off is definitely to show off their children's college entrance examination scores. Well, Chen Zhongwo said with a slightly cocky expression, Chen Shi has had his own ideas since he was young. I haven't asked him about it. For me, Sichuan University is pretty good. It's close to home. Liu Li took over the conversation. Sichuan University is great. If Ran Ran performs well this time, he can get into Sichuan University. Then the two children can go to university together and there will be someone to take care of them. Ji Lao's parents couldn't get a word in at this time. Li Xingji is at best a lower level 211 student and there is no way he could get into Sichuan University. Yes. It's best if we go to Sichuan University together. I'll feel relieved if Chen Shi takes care of Ran Ran. Dad Jiang chuckled. Chen Shi was a child he had watched grow up, and the two families knew each other well. If the two children could become a successful couple, it would be a wonderful story. Dad Jiang is a typical daughter slave. What he fears most is that his daughter goes to college in another province and then is abducted by a boy from another place. If he doesn't see her more than twice a year, it will be the end of him. Thinking about this, Chen Shi is a really good kid. Good looking and good grades. There is nothing to fault in the way he deals with people. The most important thing is that he realized that his daughter really cared about Chen Shi. Mr. Chen and Ms. Yuan are both smart people. How could they not hear the melody of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang? Both children are still young, but if it really works out, the couple will still be happy to see it. When young people fall in love, they only care about whether they like each other or not. But these middle-aged people have more far-reaching considerations. Dating is a matter between two people, but marriage is the fusion of two families. Lao Chen's phone rang. He looked at the incoming call notification and frowned slightly. Starting with 010, the landline number of the imperial capital. I pressed the answer button and the other party said, "Hello, are you Chen Shi's parent? Sorry to bother you, I'm from Peking University's admissions office." After being stunned for a moment, Lao Chen said unhappily, "Don't talk nonsense. You're from Peking University's admissions office. Why didn't you say you were from Harvard? I don't know what level my son is at. Besides, the college entrance examination results haven't come out yet, and you're calling me. You liars, you have no professionalism at all." After saying that, he hung up the phone angrily. After the third examination, Mr. Chen and Ms. Yuan wondered whether Chen Shi had the possibility of being admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. But after Chen Shi cooled down the temperature, the couple no longer had such extravagant hopes. There was still a gap of more than 10 or 20 minutes. It may not seem like much, but at this level, every point is a huge challenge. Sichuan University is pretty good. It's close to home and saves time and effort. Plus, the scores hadn't been announced yet. Lao Chen simply thought the other party was a liar. Father Jiang chuckled and said, "Hey, old Chen, you've just gotten started and you've already received a call from a scammer. Did they know that your Chen Shi did well in the exam and smelled something in advance?" Lao Chen rolled his eyes. "That's right, the scores haven't even come out yet." At this time, his phone rang again. It was still a landline number starting with 010, but the number was different. I wanted to hang up directly, but Father Jiang smiled and said, "Why are you hanging up? Turn on speakerphone. I'm going to tease this liar. Mr. Jiang is just an old child, so old Chen simply handed the phone to him. "Hello, Mr. Chen Shi, I am." The other party was interrupted by Jiang's father before he finished his opening remarks. "You are from Peking University's admissions office, as I just mentioned." After 2 seconds of silence, the other party continued to speak. Has the person next door called you?" "Parent, I'm not from next door, I'm from Tsinghua University's admissions office." "Oh, you are from Tsinghua University? Then go on." Dad Jiang held back his laughter. Lao Chen's shoulders also twitched. These damn liars, they wear bras like old sows, one set after another. Chapter 38. Peking University doesn't work, so I immediately switched to Tsinghua University, that's awesome. Opposite, parents, the one next door is really not good. Our child is very talented, and he got the only full score in mathematics in Sichuan province. He is quite suitable for our Tsinghua School of Economics and Management. Lao Chen lowered his voice and said, "Lao Jiang, you know what, this liar really put in a lot of effort. The School of Economics and Management is one of the 3 best schools in Tsinghua University." Father Jiang starts to talk nonsense. "I'm sorry, our Chen Shi has been admitted to Harvard University." "What you said, it's impossible. Why would I lie to you, Harbin Buddhist College?" After saying that, he hung up. Then the original call came again. "It's seamless. Grass." Dad Jiang pressed the answer button angrily. "It's endless, isn't it? Are you in Peking University or Tsinghua University now?" "My Peking University. Did the neighbor call too?" "Parents, don't listen to the nonsense from the neighbor. Our Peking University is the best in the country in mathematics. The neighbor is not even worthy of carrying our shoes. Our child got the only full score in the province in mathematics. He is born to be a student of our Peking University School of Mathematics. Har har, no matter how great your Peking University School of Mathematics is, can it be better than Oxford? Our Chen Shi has been admitted to Oxford University in advance." "A parent, are you kidding me? Why would I lie to you? Newlanshan University of Economics, I just want to ask you if you are awesome or not." After saying this, Father Jiang hung up again. This time, there were no more calls starting with 010. After only 2 minutes of silence, the phone rang again, and it was changed to 028 from Sichuan. This seems to be the landline number of number 1 middle school. Only then did Lao Chen realize that something was wrong and quickly pressed the answer button. From the microphone came the voice of Dao Yang, the principal of number 1 middle school, who was in a state of confusion. "Mr. Chen Shi, what's going on? The admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University called you just now. How come you said Chen Shi was admitted in advance? Or what about Harbin Buddhist College and Newlanshan University of Economics, which I have never heard of? What the hell is going on?" Everyone looked at each other. So he is not a liar. Was it really a call from the admissions office of Peking University or Tsinghua University? After embarrassment comes excitement, and after excitement comes disbelief. Lao Chen pinched himself. It hurt quite a bit. Ms. Yuan thought about it and pinched Lao Chen. Judging from Lao Chen's expression, it must be quite painful. The couple looked at each other. It seemed that smoke was really coming out of the Chen family's ancestral grave. Chen Zhengwo was so excited that he yelled, "Son, come here. Tsinghua and Peking University are fighting for you." There were many parents of recent graduates who had brought their children to the riverside for an open-air barbecue. Seeing this, they couldn't help laughing, and each one laughed louder than the other. "Oh, another crazy one. Tsinghua University and Peking University are trying to steal your son. Brother, you are a little bit drifting. If a human being wants to become an immortal, or wants to go to the sky while standing on the ground, can't he stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun?" Chen Shi, Li Xingji and Jiang Churan, the 3 kids, set up a grill separately. The adults are not children anymore, so they need to learn to be independent and bake for themselves. As for this side, Li Xingji was basically the one who grilled the meat, Jiang Churan occasionally helped to brush some oil, and Chen Shi was only responsible for eating. Brother Zhiliao is actually a treasure boy. At such a young age, he has excellent cooking skills, especially good at barbecue. If he really can't make it in the future, he can open a barbecue stall to support his family. "You've changed." Chen Shi was showing off his body when Jiang Churan beside him suddenly said something. The tone was faint, with a hint of complaint from the boudoir, and it was quite pungent. Chen Shi rolled his eyes, what changed? You wouldn't have treated me like this before. When we met today, you didn't even say hello to me. Impossible, I clearly called you. But you called me classmate Jiang. Chapter 39. Is your last name Jiang? Yes. Are we classmates? Right. Is it wrong for me to call you classmate Jiang? Jiang Churan choked violently. Anyway, you just changed. Go, change, balabala the fairies. Chen Shi waved his hands unhappily. We have all graduated from high school and will be college students in 2 months. We have gone from being the flowers of the country to being the pillars of society. Aren't some changes normal? Jiang Churan pouted. Xiao Chen, what do you want me to do so that we can become the same as before? Chen Shi was just about to tell her to go back and have a good sleep, saying that she could dream about anything, when he heard old Chen howling. Sicarder, what is my old Chen yelling about? Uncle Chen seems to be saying that Tsinghua University and Peking University are competing for you. That can't be possible. Chen Shi has a clear self-awareness. Only the top 30 in the province can enjoy this treatment. His actual strength is probably only among the top 200 in the province. Even if you perform above your level, you won't be able to make it into the top 30. Go and have a look. Chen Shi walked over first, followed by Li Xingji and Jiang Churan. 5 minutes later, he called Principal Dao, and after repeated confirmation, Chen Shi finally believed that Peking University and Tsinghua University were really trying to snatch him away. At the same time, I also knew my college entrance examination results in advance. Chinese 123, Mathematics 150, Comprehensive Science 271, English 135, total score 679, ranking 73rd in the province. It was really an above-average performance. Not only did he cross the transfer line of Tsinghua University and Peking University, but he could even choose a better major. But this was not the reason why Peking University and Tsinghua University snatched him up. The reason was that he was the only one in the province to get full marks in mathematics. For the last question, I used brute force to solve it, which was not completely rigorous. I thought I would not get full marks, but I didn't expect the examiner to give me full marks anyway. It's because the question was too difficult and no one in the whole province could complete it except me. Chen Shi pondered. At this time, the 6 parents were still in shock. Li Xingji and Jiang Churan also had exaggerated expressions. Chen Shi's third exam result improved significantly, but he was still about 10 or 20 points short of Peking University and Tsinghua University. As a result, he still got a good score in the college entrance examination. Ranked 73rd in the province, at least 10 points above the transfer line of Peking University and Tsinghua University. After going back and forth, the score increased by another 30 to 40 points. Not to mention, he was the only one in the province to get full marks in mathematics. The value of this is so high, just max it out. What is so terrifying? This is what we call horror. Mr. Chen and Ms. Yuan were both shaking with excitement. Son, can we really go to Tsinghua University or Peking University? Old Chen kept patting Chen Shi's shoulder, harder and harder, until Chen Shi was grimacing. Dad, you are a spy sent by the other side. Are you trying to murder the pillars of our motherland? Chen Jiangwo, be gentle. Ms. Yuan said this, but she couldn't help but pinch Chen Shi suddenly. Chen Shi gasped in pain. Mom, you look at him with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he actually betrayed and became a member of the party and the country. Goose son, am I dreaming? Ms. Yuan was so happy that she made a goose-like cry. Actually, it's no wonder that the couple is boastful. Chen Shi's college entrance examination score is enough for the couple to brag about for the rest of their lives. I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk around the office without lowering my head throughout the summer. Well, the vanity of middle-aged people is so simple and unpretentious. Chapter 40. Come on, let's have a table at Shuxianglu tonight. Lao Jiang and Brother Li, the 3 of us won't leave until we're drunk. Old Chen was so happy that he immediately decided to prepare a table of delicious dishes at the best restaurant in Linqiong tonight. Zhi Liao's father treated Chen Shi as half his son, so naturally he had no objection. Lao Jiang wanted Chen Shi to be his son-in-law, and agreed and said, Lao Chen, no one can stop me tonight. I have to have a couple of drinks with Xiao Chen. The consumption at Shuxianglu is not low. A table for 3 families costs 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Xiangqin, who is always frugal, would definitely not be willing to do so, but today she had no objection at all. She had never touched alcohol in her life, but she was thinking whether she should have a couple of drinks later. At the evening banquet, except for Jiang Churan who did not drink, Chen Shi and Li Xingji were both allowed to drink. But they didn't make me drunk, just that each of them drank 2 bottles of light beer. Although the adults are happy, they still have to keep their sense of propriety. Of course, this measure only applies before drinking. Lao Chen, Lao Jiang and the 3 brothers Jilia finished 2 bottles of 53 proof Feichin Maotai. Still not satisfied, they ordered a bottle of beer and drank it all. Later, old Chen lay on the table and began to snore. Jila's father slumped in the chair with one eye open and one closed. It was unclear whether he was asleep or not. Only Lao Jiang was still in good spirits as expected of a contractor. His alcohol tolerance was beyond the reach of ordinary people. But Lao Jiang is also a bit confused. When the show was about to end, he still forced Chen Shi to become his sworn brother, saying that he had a younger brother who was admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, which would make it easier for him to show off in the future. Chen Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, it was only after Jiang Churan pinched her father twice that old Jiang was able to regain some of his brains, unfortunately not much. Well, Chen Shi, we still can't become sworn brothers. My Ranran is definitely interested in you. From now on, you'll be my son-in-law. After talking nonsense, Lao Jiang couldn't hold it in any longer and fell asleep on the table. Jiang Churan's face turned red with embarrassment, and the redness spread all the way to her earlobes. Chen Shi didn't notice this scene at all. He was busy chatting with Baiwei. Just now, Mai Ren sent him a message. Chen Shi, I'm going back home tomorrow. Do you want to play together the day after tomorrow? Where do you want to go? Can you take me swimming? Chen Shi's eyes narrowed into slits. Swimming? Doesn't that mean he can see Mai Ren wearing a swimsuit? June 18th is a special day for more than 500,000 candidates in Sichuan. The college entrance examination results are out. Starting at 6:30 in the morning, the class group of Class 3-6 kept ringing. Chen Shi slept in and got up after 9 o'clock. He browsed the QQ group messages and roughly knew the scores of his classmates in the exam. Excluding him, the highest score in the class was Sun Qian, with 652, which was an excellent performance. The second one was a boy who didn't talk much, and Chen Shi had basically no impression of him. The third highest scorer was Jiang Churan. She also performed above her level, with more than 620 points, which allowed her to enter a mid-level 985 university such as Sichuan University. Chen Shi looked at the grades of each subject that she had sent out. Compared to her previous life, she scored more than 10 points higher in math. It seems that the math review plan that I tailored for her last time really worked. Perhaps influenced by Chen Shi's hard work, the treasure boy Zhiliao also performed well, with 593 points. He has no chance of getting into 985, but can choose any 211. No, if we don't consider the butterfly effect, my brother Zhiliao can really get into a 985 university. In 2009, the transfer line for University of Electronic Science and Technology of China was surprisingly low. When Li Xingji fills in his application form, he will definitely refer to my opinion. I will just let him fill in University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Parallel choices were implemented in 2009. You can fill in up to 5 first choices, and it doesn't matter if you are not admitted to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. As for other students, Liu Wenwen scored over 570, and Zhu Rui also performed well, scoring over 560. Perhaps it was because of the last bite of chicken soup from Ms. Wang Lamine that the classes' grades were all very good. They were definitely the best among the key classes, and could even compete with the 2 experimental classes in front. Before lunch, Chen Shi received a message from Mai Ren, not via QQ, but a text message, saying that Baiwei had returned to China. After chatting for a while, the two shared their college entrance examination results. A girl who is a genius at study is a girl who is a genius at study. She scored a shocking 703 in the exam. Even though Chen Shi was cheating, he was still more than 20 points behind the others. By the way, why has Chen Shi been so quiet the whole morning? He ranked first in the class in the 3rd diagnosis and 7th in the grade. What about the college entrance examination? Chen Shi was having a great time chatting with Mai Ren when he noticed someone at him in the class group, this guy Zhu Rui. Of course, I am too lazy to pay attention to it and just block the QQ group temporarily. Otherwise, show off your results and give this bastard a slap in the face. How can it be so boring? Because Chen Shi remained silent, other students also started discussing. You guys think Chen Shi won't fail the exam this time, right? Not really. After the third diagnosis, his performance in every test was very stable. It's hard to say. The college entrance examination is different after all. At first it was just a minor discussion, but as time went on, it became a big deal.